really fun.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
Good morning. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We have 26 degrees right now, so cold. Check out the forecast with Stefano coming up here right after the news. A scary attack on Christmas Eve has left a Nashville woman shaken and one suspect in custody.
A woman fought off 3 men she says tried to kidnap her on Christmas Eve in East Nashville. Police say the attack happened around 10 o'clock in the parking lot of Sunday Summit Apartments. The victim resisted and screamed, drawing attention from a witness who called 911. Officers arrested 24-year-old Jorge Cacacte, charging him with aggravated kidnapping and public intoxication. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nearly 40 online sweepstakes casinos have been told to stop operating in Tennessee. Attorney General Jonathan Scrimetti saying these sites misled consumers and skirted oversight. The companies are now removing gambling features or closing down completely. For help with a gambling problem, call 800-889-9789. A second helicopter pilot has now died following a midair collision in New Jersey. The FAA and the National Transportation Safety Administration still investigating. But for now, they say that these two men, the two pilots, were friends, and they often met for a meal at the airport diner before flying. They had been flying in tandem before their choppers touched one another. This woman tells Philadelphia's Channel 6 that she ran out to the site when she heard the crash. One of the pilots was injured but still alive.
The only thing I could think to do was just hold his hand and talk to him. So I just laid in the ground next to him and just was hey, we're here.
Yeah, that man succumbed to his injuries yesterday. His friend died instantly in the crash. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks ended the day lower with big tech weighing heavily on the markets. The Dow lost 249 points. The Nasdaq was down 118. The S&P dipped 24. Nvidia fell over 1% after finishing its purchase of Intel stock. Tesla lost more than 2% following reports that China is rolling out new door handle rules. That comes days after the U.S. announced an investigation into Tesla emergency door releases. Energy stocks gained ground along with rising oil prices. Gold and silver prices pulled back from their recent sharp gains after the Chicago Mercantile Exchange asked traders to put up more cash to make bets on precious metals. Pending home sales jumped over 3% in November compared to October and rose 2.6% compared to a year ago. That's according to the National Association of Realtors. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Well, right now, stock futures looking down. The Dow futures minus just 1 point. NASDAQ futures falling 15. S&P futures are down 2. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Selling your home can be stressful, but it doesn't have to be. Get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Work with the #1 real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Go to markspain.com today.
Oh, another nice quiet morning for us here as the holiday rolls on. We have no delays so far this morning on 24, 65, or on 40. And of course, TDOT is on a holiday, so no added closures for road work. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, good morning to you, everyone. It is 6 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis today. Joan Jones is in the newsroom. Good morning to you, Joan.
Oh, hi there, Brian.
Good to have you with us, and as always, a great job doing the news. And there, the incomparable studio doing incomparable work is Sam with pushing all the blinky buttons. Good morning, Sam.
Good morning, Brian.
That's a lot of buttons, too.
There are so many buttons. And most of the time, we hit the right ones. That's the goal every day. Good to have you with us. Good that you're with us this morning. We got a lot of ground to cover. I want to start out by talking about fraud in Minnesota. This Somalian fraud thing is just blowing up in a huge way. I must say, I'm a little late to the game yesterday. I did talk about it somewhat, but really, I want to get into it in a deeper way today, because this young journalist by the name of Nick Shirley has gone not just viral, but supernova. His reporting on the fraud there has just gone just booming everywhere. I mean, hundreds and millions of views, and he's revealing, something that others had reported, but it just didn't get the attention that it's getting now, about the level of fraud that is taking place in daycare centers and autism centers that were getting federal money, but quite frankly, they weren't doing anything. It was a complete governmental ripoff, and what's shocking is that it was allowed to continue, and allowed to continue for a long time under the stewardship of Governor Tim Walz. Here is Nick Shirley yesterday talking on Fox News about his investigation and how all you had to do was get out there and wear out some shoe leather.
I have to give props to the man by the name of David who helped me in this investigation. He's been doing research for years trying to expose this fraud, and nobody has given him the time of day to even talk about this. So with his help and my own investigation, I've known about the fraud taking place for a long time. Minnesotans have been telling me for a long time about the Somali fraud that is taking place. And with his help, we were able to crack over $110 million in fraud in one day. And that's just the tip. When people say it's the tip of the iceberg, it really is, because there's billions of fraud inside the state of Minnesota right now.
Nick, kind of on that topic, you said that, I believe you just said his name was David, has been researching this for years. In your experience, or in your opinion, just spending the day you spent out there tracking this down, is there any way that this hasn't reached the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz? I mean, take aside ongoing litigation or what have you, but is there any way that he could claim ignorance on this, just in your experience over this investigation?
Oh, it's so obvious. If you're living in Minnesota, you have to raise your eyebrows and think, what's going on? Literally, if you drive around Minnesota, around Minneapolis, you'll see daycare centers, autism centers. You will then see transportation companies that have snow piled up as if they haven't moved in months. And then you also go into buildings where there'll be 20 healthcare companies, 14 and 22, the video that I published on X and YouTube. So it is like a kindergartner could figure out that there's fraud going on.
I mean, they had buildings. I mean, the one that just stands out, the one that just is amazing, is that they go to something called a learning center. There are no kids there. There's no daycare teaching going on there, and in fact, the sign, they misspelled the word learning. I mean, come on. How can you call it a learning center when you can't even properly spell the word learning? It is absolutely a scam that's going on there. Representative Tom Emmers talks about the investigation.
Look, this young journalist, Nick Shirley, goes out there and finds more evidence of fraud in one day than Tim Walz and our Attorney General Keith Ellison have found in 7 years.
Yeah, because they didn't really want to find it. They were turning a blind eye because they wanted the Somali vote and the support of the sizable Somali community there in Minnesota.
Why did he find it? Because he looked for it, Molly. While Tim Walz and Keith Ellison have been looking the other way, billions of dollars have been stolen from Minnesota taxpayers. You've got the child care centers that he showed you. There's 80 autism centers that are under investigation. There was a housing stabilization program that was created in 2020. They estimated it was going to run about $2 million a year. Molly, they shut it down in October because it was rife with fraud, and they'd already sucked out over $160 million.
Think about that. I mean, that's just one example.
The U.S. Attorney's Office here in Minnesota estimates this fraud could actually reach $9 billion before the investigation is all over.
Wow. $9 billion.
And we've got two major issues going on in addition to just the fraud. One, millions of dollars of this fraud has been shipped back to Somalia to a known terrorist group, Al-Shabaab. And two, we've got all kinds of whistleblowers now that are coming forward. And if what they are saying is real and can be documented, and what they're saying is they told Tim Walz about the fraud when it was happening. And he not only ignored them, he retaliated against him. I'm telling you, Molly, if that's accurate and it can be proven, Tim Walz needs to be held accountable. Everybody in his administration needs to be held accountable. This guy now is scrambling to make it look like he's doing something. 2 weeks ago, he created a position with a guy to investigate fraud. 7 years too late, Timmy. It's time that we find answers to all these questions and hold everybody accountable that has ripped off Minnesota taxpayers and, frankly, supported terrorists in a foreign country.
I mean, it is a scandal. And you know, I've heard for years people who had connections to Minnesota talking about what was going on there with the Somali community and how different Minnesota had become. And it seems that it was just rife with corruption, and everybody knew it. It was not a secret. Now, I said there had been some reporting, and there had been some reporting on that, and I'll get into that in just a minute. But by and large, this thing went supernova when Nick Shirley, 23 years old, armed with only an iPhone. Citizen journalism is alive and well. A 23-year-old kid with an iPhone can uncover all this stuff if you just get out there and walk the walk. One of the things I learned a long time ago in journalism is you gotta wear out some shoe leather sometimes and just go out there. You know, you can't do it all on the internet. You have to go out there and knock on doors and look at things and ask questions, and it's all it takes. It's the very basics of journalism that apparently is missing in so many places, but now he has gotten some support. This thing really went supernova when his reports, which already got, you know, a lot of coverage, were highlighted by Elon Musk on X and by J.D. Vance, the vice president, and others, and it just took on a life of its own. And now everybody is focused like a laser beam on the corruption in Minnesota. Here's just a few of the stories in the New York Post. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz facing intense new criticism after charities tied to the Somali immigrant community bilked the state out of up to $9 billion in aid, including a daycare with a misspelled sign that got $4 million despite reported having no kids. No kids. $4 million nobody was checking. Republican critics say the 2024 Democrat vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz, needs to be held accountable in the wake of a mega viral video from Nick Shirley that exposed the naked scale of fraud in the North Star state. Authorities in Minnesota accused of overseeing the largest fraud in U.S. history and allowing it to go unchecked, even though it was reportedly happening right in front of everyone's faces. And there's a picture of that sign, the Quality Leering Center, instead of learning. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. That's just rich. Shirley's visit to Quality Learning Center, or the Leering Center, revealed a misspelled sign, an unlit lobby, and a largely empty parking lot. When he tried to speak with the staff of the center, he was confronted by a screaming woman who accused him of being an ICE agent. "Don't open up, it's ICE," the woman shouted repeatedly in the video, which quickly garnered 70 million views in a matter of days. Now, leading Republicans across the state have hit out at the Democrat authorities for falling asleep at the wheel while eye-watering fraud took place. $4 million at the Quality Leering Center. Fraud is easy to find if you look for it. Many of the seemingly vacant businesses have been cited by the Waltz administration for licensing violations, which should have made it easy to catch and stop millions from being stolen. So that's the New York Post. Here's more. Apparently now the federal government is in there in a big way. Homeland Security says fraud investigation now underway in Minneapolis from the Associated Press. Federal Homeland Security officials were conducting a fraud investigation on Monday in Minneapolis. More on that after we stop and take a quick look at what's going on in traffic and weather.
Got a problem on eastbound 24 right now. It's in the Antioch area, right at Hickory Hollow Parkway, exit 60, an accident. It's taking out the left lane right now. Be careful of that as you're going by. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Let me get a little detailed about the weather. Here's the main thing you need to know. It's cold. I mean, bundle up as you go outside. I've got 22 degrees in Nashville, with a feel-like temperature of 16. Today, sunny and cold. The high will only be 35, just barely getting above freezing. The overnight low tomorrow will be 27 on Wednesday when you get up, and it'll be a high of 45. New Year's Day, 32 degrees as our morning start, and a high of 50. So it is just going to be cold, but it's late December. Not surprising. Talking about the situation in Minnesota with the Somali scammers, Homeland Security says fraud investigation underway. Federal Homeland Security officials conducting a fraud investigation on Monday, according to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. The action comes after years of investigation that began with the $300 million scheme at the nonprofit Feeding Our Future, for which 57 defendants have been convicted. So, I mean, it's not as if it has been ignored completely. It just wasn't being investigated at the level it should be investigated. I think we can all agree that's changing. In recent weeks, tensions have been high between state and federal enforcement in the area as the Trump administration's immigration crackdown focused on the Somali community in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, the largest in the country. Among those running schemes to get funds for child nutrition, housing services, autism programs, 82 of the 92 defendants are Somali Americans, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota. Walt's spokesperson Claire Lancaster said that the governor has worked for years to crack down on fraud. Well, where's the evidence of that? He hasn't done squat. I'm trying to see. I think this is from redstate.com. There are already concerns about the scale of fraud in Minnesota after revelations over the past months indicating that it may run into billions of dollars. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz's response has been lacking at best. Then more allegations went viral because of Nick Shirley. Shirley had trouble finding any children at these purported child care facilities, although he did find one of the centers had trouble spelling the word learning. I just can't get over that one. How in the world do you miss that? FBI Director Kash Patel has shared good news that the FBI will be surging assets into Minnesota to investigate fraud. The latest information is likely to help in their ongoing efforts. Patel explained how they already had secured 78 indictments and 57 convictions. To date, the FBI dismantled $250 million in fraud that stole federal food aid meant for vulnerable children during COVID. Wow. You know, a laudable thing. You want to make sure that children aren't starving, but the children weren't getting the money. Defendants included, I can't even begin to say this name, Abdi Wahab Ahmed Mahmoud. I can't get through these names.
That was entertaining.
That was entertaining. I know. Sorry. I shouldn't have even tried. But they are Somali individuals with Somali backgrounds, attempting to bribe a juror in one case with $120,000 in cash. They pleaded guilty, were sentenced, including a 10-year prison sentence. But they believe there is a lot more to take down. Patel said that the FBI thinks this is, you think, the tip of a very large iceberg? I think we can all agree on that. People locally have been calling out Tim Walz and other officials in Minnesota for a while for not dealing with it. So hopefully the FBI will be taking a good look at who knew what and when did they know it. What did you know and when did you know it? FBI is going to, is threatened to denaturalize and deport the Somali scammers in Minnesota. And I think we can all agree perhaps that is in order. Look, sometimes all you got to do is look. And anybody who suggests that Tim Walz was, well, we've been investigating this for years. I think that Representative Tom Emmers had it right. A 23-year-old kid with a cell phone camera and a selfie stick was able to uncover more fraud in one day than Tim Walz has uncovered in years as governor of that state. Look, let's just be honest about it. The politicians there are afraid of the Somali vote. They are courting the Somali vote, and the way they do that is they just pay them off. They look the other way. Oh, yeah, well, you do a little here and a little there to make it look like you're doing something. But in the end of the day, they were just scratching the surface of unbelievable fraud and corruption. And I'm so glad.
You know the guy that was with Nick Shirley? I think his name is David.
David, right.
Yeah. He also said, and there were other people in those videos that said, be careful what you do because the Somalis are vicious. If you try to uncover their fraud, they're vicious. And so
I believe that's probably true. And I hope that Nick Shirley has the proper kind of protection.
Yeah, there may have been a lot of fear about, going into these investigations.
Yeah, I mean, I find some scattered reporting that was done, but nothing caught the attention of America like this young 23-year-old citizen journalist.
Yep.
23 minutes now past the hour, 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
And still to come in the news here at 5:30, Kilmar Abrego Garcia may be sporting some new jewelry. It's right around his ankle. Yeah, we've got that story coming up here. Also, the first land strike on Venezuela. What was the target and was it a success? We'll take a look. Those stories and more at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
28 minutes past the hour. Coming up in just a moment, we'll hear the news at the bottom of the hour with Joan Jones. Just a little bit more on Nick Shirley. He is 23 years old. Started doing videos when he was 16. Mostly it was what you'd expect from a 16-year-old kid. A lot of shock content and pranks. But then he sort of disappeared from the scene for a few years and did a mission trip for the Mormon Church. Went down to Santiago, and when he returned, he turned more political, and he's been political ever since. It wasn't unusual for him to get 1 million views when he investigated things like the New York City migrant crisis, and then he went down and infiltrated Rio, Brazil's most dangerous gang, and he got about 1.21. It really went supernova when J.D. Vance and Elon Musk reposted his video, and it really took off, getting 100. Well, one of them got 116 million views on X. So I mean, he really has had impact, and got a little help along the way by from J.D. Vance and Elon Musk. But nonetheless, has there been other reporting? Yes. KSTP did an investigation last January about some 62 active investigations. CBS News has done a piece, but I mean, nobody really had the impact. You know, you do a little reporting here, a little reporting there. Reporting gains a momentum when you hit it day after day after day, and you find, you know, the little drip, drip, drip of news that comes when you get a drip today, and then you get a drip tomorrow. That's what really adds up in reporting. You can't just do one and done on stuff like this. Congratulations, though, to this young man. Fox News would do well to scoop this kid up. 5:30 now on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Really cold out there this morning. It's 26 degrees here, and it's going to be another cold day. Stick around for Stefano's forecast right after the news. Well, he may be a free man right now, but the Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, is subject to electronic monitoring by both ICE and the U.S. Marshals Service. The Tennessee Star is reporting the monitoring is a condition of his release by an Obama-appointed judge earlier this month. However, it's not clear from this article if Garcia is currently wearing a GPS ankle monitor. His human smuggling trial was expected to begin next month, but another Obama-appointed judge has canceled the trial in favor of an evidentiary hearing during which he'll determine whether the human smuggling charges were filed with vindictive intent. President Trump with a surprise announcement that the U.S. has conducted a land strike in Venezuela. ABC's Selena Wang.
This appears to be the first time that the U.S. has carried out a land strike inside Venezuela after launching dozens of deadly strikes on alleged drug boats. But the president is providing few details, only to say that there was a major explosion in the dock area where they load the boats up with drugs. But the president refused to say whether the military or the CIA were involved in this operation.
Now, CNN is reporting exclusively that this was a drone strike carried out by the CIA. No casualties have been reported. A Utah judge has released the transcript from the first hearing for Charlie Kirk's accused killer, Tyler Robinson. Judge Tony Graff agreeing that public transparency is foundational to the judicial system.
For the above reasons, the court orders the following. A transcript of the October 24th, 2025 hearing shall be redacted in accordance with this order and entered into the record.
And also a redacted audio version will be out in about 2 weeks. In that hearing that took place in October, Robinson was allowed to dress in street clothes, but the judge ordered him to remain in handcuffs during the hearing. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looks like they've cleared that accident on 24 eastbound in the Antioch area. So things look good there on 24. 65, slowing down just a little bit into Goodlettsville. Otherwise, you're doing okay on 65. 40 is looking okay as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 5:37 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. You're listening to Nashville's Morning News on this 30th day of December. It is New Year's Eve, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's right. Tomorrow's New Year's Eve. Ugh, wow, it's coming so quick. I read that a lot of people that call it Twixmas this week between Christmas and New Year's. And that a lot of people are saying during Twixmas you should not do anything. You should just relax. If you don't have to work, put your feet up and recharge your batteries. Not a bad idea.
That name makes me crave candy.
I was about to say, do you enjoy a Twix bar
during Twixmas?
Well, it's a pretty good candy bar. It's not a Kit Kat, but it's close. it's a Kit Kat wannabe.
Get me a week that is named after the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, and I'm in heaven. Just in heaven.
I know. Surprisingly, I was able to get through. It usually starts at Halloween.
Right.
With Halloween candy that you can't keep out of. And then, before you know it, it's Thanksgiving and you're eating all of that food. And then you move into the Christmas season where you constantly graze and you go to parties and there's food and there's drink. I lost 10 pounds.
What?
Yeah.
I found
10
it.
pounds.
I have gone from, if I could brag for just a moment, from 325 to 240. I haven't been at 240.
Whoa.
I was at my heaviest. I was at 325.
Yeah, but you are a big boy.
I've lost like somebody. I've lost a Dan Mandis.
Yeah. Yes. Wow.
I know. I mean, I've lost
Brian.
a small child. I feel good in many ways. It's really remarkable. And I'll be honest. Everybody says, "Well, how'd you do it?" Ozempic. I mean, I took the shot, man, and it worked.
Did you really?
I did. I took the shot.
For how long?
Well, I mean, I took it for a while, and then I got off of it, and I felt like I'd gotten down to about 250, which I thought was sort of my target weight. Then I started picking, and it lasted for quite a while. And then I started to pick up a few pounds, and I took what they call a maintenance shot, and that got me through the whole holidays, honestly.
Good for you, Brian.
Look, I don't know if it's for everybody, but for me it worked. And people say, "Well, you don't know about the what those shots may do to you." Everybody says, "Oh, you're taking those shots. We don't know enough about them." I know this. I wasn't healthy at 325.
Yeah.
So I'll take that chance.
Well, you look fantastic. You fit well into your Christmas blazer over the holidays. I know that.
No, actually, my Christmas blazer from last year is a little big. I actually am now back into suits that I wore when I was on the air at Fox.
Wow.
I held on to a few of them, and in fact, I got one that's just a tad loose. So I haven't been at this weight for a long, long time. I didn't mean to go off into that tangent, but well, you know how it is. But we were just talking. I just want to I've got a moment here, revisit this whole thing about this Nick. What's his name?
Shirley.
Shirley, thank you. Nick Shirley, the young journalist. Remarkable what he found out by just going and knocking on a few doors. And I recall when I was just getting into journalism, I started in journalism pretty much straight out of high school. I didn't have any formal training. I didn't have a journalism degree until much, much later in my career when I went to college in my 40s. But I was 19 years old, Joan, in my hometown of Odessa, Texas, and I was the news director of the #1 radio station in town.
Mm-hmm.
And I would make rounds. I'd look at the police logs. I chased accidents and fires and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I never really understood the concept of investigative reporting. And one day my general manager came to me and said, why aren't you on this story? I said, I don't know how to quite get at it. He said, "Get your tape recorder." We had cassette tape recorders then.
Yes.
Oh, that was great. And he said, "Then come go with me." And he showed me how to do investigative reporting and how to ask, questions and how to knock on doors and just old-fashioned shoe leather reporting. Well, it was like my eyes were opened. And I don't think, correct me if you think I'm wrong about this, I don't think a lot of young journalists today have ever been taught how to do that.
I think that's 100% true.
I look around here in Nashville, and look, I don't want to say, it was always better when in the old days.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think local television journalism, which used to be where a lot of people got their news, has fallen on hard times. And I look at the stuff that they're reporting, and there are a couple, 2 or 3 good reporters in this town. I think Jeremy Finley does some good reporting from time to time.
Yes.
There's some others out there that I rather admire who have done some good work. But I think most of these kids, come out of J school these days without the understanding of how to go and ask the hard questions and to knock on doors and to do investigative reporting. And I think it's a lost art, and I think it's very sad that we have sort of reached that point. And I look at the poor Tennessean, oh my goodness. When I first got to this town, they had a world-class city hall reporter who was tearing it up. Well, she was tearing it up, and she lasted about 2 or 3 months, and she got a better job. I look at the Tennessean and I say, there's no news in this newspaper.
It's the USA Today in Tennessee.
Yeah, and
you could get these stories anywhere.
Yeah, I look at their big lead story today was something about Buc-ee's, which okay, I mean I'm sort of interested in Buc-ee's, but that's not I think we really don't know what's going on in our city government. Mm-hmm. We don't really know what's going on in our state government to a large degree. I give kudos to the reporters for going out there and covering the beats, but aggressive reporting, hard-nosed investigative reporting is becoming a lost art. And I think it has something to do with the fact that many news organizations today have been threatened within an inch of their life by their corporate lawyers. Yeah. And hard-hitting reporting sometimes requires that you be prepared to handle a lawsuit. My biggest, one of the worst days ever in my life was I went back to Odessa years later and anchored the news in the local market there. And I did an investigative piece involving prostitution in town. And I had a very eye-opening interview with the sheriff who told me about their investigation. And they actually, small town sheriffs didn't really quite understand that they weren't supposed to do this. He told me everything about an investigation that was about to go before a grand jury and gave me an interview about it. And what am I to do? I ran it. And then the next day, the guy who was sort of the target of the reporting filed $1 million lawsuit against me. I had to call my mom and said, you're going to see something in the paper today. Don't worry about it. It's just a nuisance lawsuit. And the guy filed $1 million lawsuit saying that he wasn't a pimp. And so I said, okay. So, I will say my news organization stood behind me. They got me a lawyer. The lawyer, said, "Don't worry about this. This is just a nuisance lawsuit. It's never going to go anywhere." But he had to save face, so he filed $1 million lawsuit. Anybody with $50 can file $1 million lawsuit. It doesn't take much. Doesn't mean there's any merit to it. Oh, and the local stations, because I'd sort of embarrassed them with some of my reporting, they all came down on me and reported, that $1 million lawsuit. And, it was a tough day or two. So it didn't go, there was never a hearing. It never went before a judge. The thing just, was just a way for him to save face and say, that he, to express his outrage about my reporting. Years later, I had moved on to another market. I was in Mobile, Alabama, before I went to Washington, D.C., And one day I got a call from the lawyer who had handled this case for us. And he said, Brian, you don't need to worry about that lawsuit. Nothing is going to happen. It's all over. And I said, well, what happened? He said, well, the guy who filed the lawsuit is dead. I said, okay. I said,
well, that'll do it.
I said, what happened? How did he die? I said, they shot him. What did they shoot him for? For being a pimp.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah. So, and that was the end of that.
Whoa.
So, I mean, yeah, if you go out there and you do hard-hitting reporting and you really go after it, and you call people out, and you do run the risk of perhaps getting a lawsuit. But a lot of the lawsuits that get filed are just nuisance suits. Mm-hmm. If you've done your due diligence and you source your material, in this particular case, how could I be found guilty for basically running an interview with the sheriff who told me about an investigation that he was conducting? How was I at risk at all? So, what is needed is some fearlessness. And again, I'm not condemning everybody in this town, but I sure wish I saw more of it. I wish we were doing hard-hitting reporting. I think a lot of times coverage of city hall meetings is largely done remotely by watching it on the internet.
So I think I have a little bit of a different spin because of having come from the DC market during the Trump first term and during COVID. But I think that a lot of the kids that come out of, the Columbia School of Journalism and those places, they've been taught that they have to follow the narrative that leads to what they're going to investigate.
Yeah,
so,
the narrative and the what they call getting on the bandwagon reporting.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
You got to stay with everybody.
And there's older people in this town that have been around for a long time that are doing exactly that, investigating things that are nonsense, but they feel like they have to keep promoting the narrative.
Yep, I think you're right. And the Columbia Journalism Review, one time I went in and it's sort of a notable moment in my career at Fox when I went in one day and sort of busted up a press conference with Harry Reid and the chairman of the Democrat Party and asked some pretty hard questions and got attacked for being aggressive in my questioning. Now we're not. Harry Reid looked at me and said, "We're not answering questions on that." So, well, that doesn't mean I can't ask them.
That's right.
And got just insisted on getting an answer. And I got attacked by the Washington Post for asking hard questions. And the Columbia Journalism Review came after me for asking hard questions.
Democracy dies in the darkness, Brian. You didn't.
I remember, my folks always said, "Well, don't respond to it, just ignore it." You were doing the right thing. You were doing what we asked you to do. I will say that Fox always backed me up whenever I went out there and really went aggressive. They said, "Don't worry about it, but don't say anything." Well, finally, the Columbia Journalism wrote this scathing article attacking me, and they never called me. I wasn't hard to find, pretty easy to track down, and I wrote to the Columbia Journalism Review saying, whatever happened to the quaint notion of calling somebody to get the other side of the story?
Yeah.
And to their credit, I will say, when I brought it to their attention and I sort of reached out, they backed down and apologized and took the story down. But I mean, what is going on in the world of journalism where somebody who goes in and asks and demands an answer of elected officials is somehow doing something wrong?
Yeah.
I really fear that journalism, as I knew it when I was coming up through the ranks, is dead. Now, just to make a clear point on this, I don't consider myself a journalist now. I rely upon my skills that I learned in journalism, but I consider myself to be an opinion giver. And when I walked into the world of talk radio some 12, 13 years ago, and left I knew I was going through a revolving door and that I could never go back to being a straight journalist. I think you need to. There's nothing wrong with opinion journalism. There's nothing wrong with offering an opinion if it is labeled as such. But so much of the reporting today is opinion that is not labeled as opinion. And I just think we need to have a renaissance. And this young Nick Shirley ought to be a guidepost for a lot of journalists, a lot of young journalists in this country. He showed you how to do it. Now go out and do likewise. And I think we would all be better off for it. 52 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
Coming up here at 6 o'clock, we're going to take a look at the security measures that are being taken at Bicentennial Park for New Year's Eve. Those stories and more at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
56 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, I think 2026, you're going to see something a little different with the way police operates in our local area. I know, for example, in Wilson County, they are experimenting with the use of police drones in a bigger way. You know, some police departments have helicopters, and helicopters are uber expensive to operate. I mean, you got to have a pilot, you got to have insurance, you got to have a place to do it. You have to have the helicopter, which costs millions of dollars. You got to have a place to put it, maintenance on. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. The expenses. As somebody who used to do some television helicopter work, I'm well familiar with how expensive it is to operate a helicopter. And a lot of agencies around the country have helicopters. Well, they're being replaced by drones. And listen to this: in Wilson County, they're going to put drones on the top of a police building, and if there is a need, they will launch the drone. And in many cases, they can be anywhere in their entire patrol area in a matter of, well, less than a minute in some cases. These drones fly fast, and they drive straight line. They get there quick. Sometimes in a breaking, when there's a need for police, the first responder may be a drone, and the drone would then give information to the police officers that are arriving as to what they will see. This is, I think, it's just the way it's going to be. Drones are going to become a part of our life. Civil libertarians are concerned, and I look at it and I say, I don't understand the concern. Did you have any concern when they have helicopters? Police helicopters can fly and hover miles away from the thing that they're looking at, because they have these incredibly powerful cameras that can zoom in, gyro-stabilized cameras, and they can zoom in from miles away and see things. That was never a concern of the civil libertarians. But, what's the difference between that and a drone, except that you're not spending millions of dollars of taxpayer money? So I think that we're going to see a lot of these drones in police departments. It's going to be a thing. Even here in bucolic Watertown, they have a police drone. I mean, we've only got about 2 or 3 police officers, but we have license plate readers, and we've got security cameras, the blue light special, I like to call them, and a drone. So it is a thing that we're going to be seeing an awful lot of, I think, in the days ahead. Don't be surprised if somewhere near you, at some breaking news event, you look up and there will be the police drone. Back away, citizen. In Miami, the drones can talk to people and warn them that they need to leave the area. So it's coming one way or the other, whether we like it or not. Keep an eye out for the drones. The drones are going to change our world in many ways. They're just not going to be coming from China, apparently, in the future. It is 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Time for Joan Jones in the news.
Good morning, now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Yeah, the car may need a little love this morning. It's 26 degrees here right now, and the forecast with Stefano is coming up right after the news. It's going to be really cold for New Year's Eve as well. Well, the investigation into the Somali fraud scheme involving taxpayer money handed over to non-existent daycare and health centers in Minnesota is now underway. ABC's Sophie Flay.
Federal agents say they're now going door to door in Minnesota, investigating what officials describe as rampant fraud that could total more than $1 billion in taxpayer money. The sweeping investigation is targeting dozens of suspected fraudulent businesses accused of misusing public money that was meant to support social services, including everything from school lunches to childcare to housing assistance.
Several Republican lawmakers are calling for Governor Tim Walz to resign. That group cites a part of the state constitution that allows for a recall of a governor over malfeasance of official duties. An argument turns dangerous at a Madison bus stop. It's also led to a felony charge.
A Madison woman is behind bars after police say she threatened someone with a knife during an argument. This confrontation happened last night at a bus stop. The confrontation happened Sunday night at a bus stop outside Walmart on Gallatin Pike North when police say this woman with the knife got upset after she overheard a conversation between two other people about religion. Officers say they found 54-year-old Jennifer Chambly inside the store with the switchblade knife. She now faces a felony aggravated assault charge. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
So it's going to be a cold night for sure as Nashvillians ring in the new year at Bicentennial Park. But if you ask Dina Ivey at Nashville Convention and Visitors Corporation, it's also going to be a safe night.
There'll be about 500 security on site. That's private and Metro PD. And we have fencing all around. We have mags you have to go through. So there's a lot of security measures that we work on all year, and we continue to tweak every year to make it even more secure.
She also told WSMB4 that she expects about 250,000 people to attend the celebration tomorrow night. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. After some losses on Wall Street yesterday, the Dow futures are plus 7 points. The NASDAQ futures are down 4. S&P futures losing just a point. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, we've got an accident at TSU. It's at Ed Temple Boulevard at Dr. Walter S. Davis Boulevard. Otherwise, the roadways are looking very good this morning. I'm really not seeing any delays this morning on 2465 or on 40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, everybody. 6 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in the chair for Dan Mandis, who's taking some time off. He'll return next week. He'll be back and rested and ready. I'm not sure how rested he's going to be because he's also doing Red Eye Radio. I listened to him while I'm getting ready for this program this morning. Glad you're with us on this 30th day. It is New Year's Eve, and it's going to be cold today. We'll get to the forecast in just a moment. I think there is a lot of interesting reporting that is coming out right now about the Covenant shooting and the shooter, Audrey Hale, as the FBI has released a new batch of documents about her writings and her many, many, many notebooks. If you remember, some of the notebooks information has been out there because, the Tennessee Star and others have revealed the writings. They got them through a source. And so that is, I think it's been known a little bit about her thinking on all of the things that she was doing. But we also found out that she had been keeping diaries for years. And in her room were, I don't know, I just want to guess 15 maybe other diary books that have been entries that have been made over the many, many years. And some of those are coming out that give us a sort of an inside look as to her perverted thinking at the time. Let me see if I can bring you up to date on some of this. Here's what Fox News has reported. Nashville shooter Audrey Hale allegedly used federal student aid to buy guns for school attack. That is not particularly new information. It just backs up some things that have been reported. For example, this host carried and played out large sections of interviews that were conducted by police with her parents about a month after the shooting. And there, the parents told the officers that they thought that their daughter had purchased the weapons with Pell Grant money. And that apparently is backed up in some documents released today. But also this, I'll get into that in a moment. This is perhaps the newer thing out of all of this. We've been wondering what was her motivation and why did she choose a Covenant school? Well, apparently, as you know, she was Audrey. Sometimes went by another name, and it was in the process of perhaps transitioning to male. She was, I think, sexually confused a great deal, and so apparently she had gone to the school and had decided that her transition from being a female to a male she was conflicted because of her religious teachings at this school. Some of the writings list Christian school, and parentheses she put out to the side, I hate religion, as the reason for targeting the school. That's new information. I have not seen that before. She carried out the March 27th, 2023 attack at the Christian elementary school she once attended, killing 6 people, of course, before being shot to death by police officers who responded to the scene. Authorities said Hale entered the building through a side entrance, moved through several areas of the school before being confronted by officers, of course. In the entry, Hale wrote that grant checks that were given to her for her education started at $2,050, and she followed by ledger-style notes documenting payments that came from the Nasi College of Art and Design in Nashville, where Hale was enrolled at the time. The financial entries, according to Fox, appear alongside extensive notes about firearms that Hale planned to purchase and use in the attack. She had been planning this for a very, very long time. The Tennessee Star reports those records may lend support to statements Hale's parents made to Metro Nashville police officers, as reported on this station, shortly after the shooting. Hale's parents told investigators that their child had used federal Pell Grant money to purchase the firearms used in the attack. But she hated religion, and that was apparently the motivation for the attack. Here's the Tennessee Star's take on this. The Tennessee Star, I must say, has been all over this story. The FBI on Monday released new writings by the Covenant School killer Audrey Hale, who identified as a transgender man when she killed 6 on March 27th, revealing the killer hated for religion as a reason, her hatred for religion as a reason for attacking the Christian elementary school she once attended. Hales included the motivator in a list of advantages and disadvantages that she put in to making an attack. The Covenant School was alternate target number 2 and the second choice, according to her, but also noted her past history at the school, her knowledge of its layout, also listed that it was a bigger school and a private school, as well as a school church, which meant more revenue real estate. I don't know what that means. The killer wrote as her last item a list of reasons to select Covenant Christian School, and in parentheses, hate religion. In the previous section of Hale's writings, which were dated through 2018 through 2019, the killer wrote she considered her Christian religion an impediment to her emerging views on sexuality and gender identity. I have suppressed and hid my real gender identity for so long, and a big contributor to it, the nemesis to my true peace within myself, is my spirituality of being a Christian. In another, the killer opined, I feel my Christianity is being crucially at threat and hangs on a slender rope in the balance. It is my sexuality that wants me to cut the rope. She was struggling with this, and she was struggling with her Christianity, and there you have that. I think there's another interesting piece of reporting in the Tennessee Star about an investigation that was conducted into this this matter and police misconduct. An independent law firm appointed to review the allegations against Metro Nashville Police Department completed their investigations earlier in the year. There were some questions about the release of the and how the information became public, but also an investigation into the Nashville Police Department and some alleged malfeasance that was pointed out by a whistleblower. Enlisted by Mayor Freddie O'Connell, apparently of a law firm that was enlisted by Freddie O'Connell to investigate the whistleblower complaint, has completed its complaint, and they never interviewed the former lead detective in the Covenant case. Seemed like that would be an important interview to conduct. Davidson, the firm Butler Snow, announced on December 18 that it completed its report. It was published December 22nd by the Nashville Banner. The report found Davidson's claim largely unsubstantiated. This guy that they're talking about, Davidson, Garrett Davidson, was the whistleblower, and they never talked to him. How can you conduct an investigation into allegations and never talk to the person who made the allegations? Butler Snow, the law firm, reported multiple difficulties when it came to Davidson's claim, including interviews that were either stalled for months or came with forbidden topics due to an ongoing investigation into Davidson. So I think we have an incomplete investigation of the police department. I think that was an important thing to conduct, but it's over now and doesn't seem like it's going to go anywhere, and nobody's making any noise about it. So it's probably just going to lie right there, and we will never have some of the answers that perhaps we should have with regard to things that were going on at the Metro Nashville Police Department. It is 15 minutes now past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for news and traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Looking at the forecast, right now it's 22 degrees. It's cold, and it feels like it's 16. So there's a wind chill factor out there. Today, sunny and cold. The high will only be 35. New Year's Eve, 27 for the start, a high of 45. And on New Year's Day, we'll start at freezing mark, 32 degrees, and it will rise to approximately 50 degrees throughout the day. We should have some sunshine, but it's still going to be pretty cold. I want to turn now to some things that happened with regard to, I don't know, you could call it international news, but it all has sort of a Trump connection to it. The U.S. military has carried out its 30th strike against an alleged drug boat. Associated Press, U.S. military said Monday it had conducted another strike against a boat accused of smuggling drugs in the eastern Pacific Ocean, killing 2 people. A lot of people are critical of the attacks against these drug boats. I'm not one of them. I believe that this is something that's been sorely lacking. The determination that people who are bringing drugs into our country, I think they are terrorists. They are narco-terrorists, and it does have an impact on the national security of our country and an impact on our people. And anything we can do to stem the flow of drugs, I think, is a good thing. I don't know what cocaine costs on the street right now, but I'm betting it's pretty high because the flow of drugs to this country has been shut down in a big way by these attacks. I don't think there's very much of it getting through, if any at all. The U.S. military said Monday it had concluded another strike against a boat accused of smuggling drugs in the eastern Pacific Ocean, killing 2 people. Announced by Southern Command on social media, that brings the total number of boat strikes to 30, and the number of people killed at least 107 since September, according to numbers announced by the Trump administration. You know, the criticism of this program, I don't understand it. I mean, we carry out an attack in Nigeria, and everybody says, well, that's okay. Trump carried out an attack against terrorists in Nigeria just the other day. Not a word said about it. Everybody, yeah, this is the right thing. We should be going after those terrorists. What's the difference? These people are the same kind of terrorist. They're bringing in drugs. I've never understood why we haven't done this before now. The video of the strike posted on social media, boats seen moving through the water, struck by 2 explosions. When Trump was asked by reporters Monday about an explosion in Venezuela, he also said, and this is new information, he said we're going to go after targets on land, and they have, for the first time as far as I can tell. He said that they had hit a dock facility along a shore where the boats were loading up. There was a major explosion in the dock area where they load the boats up with drugs, Trump said while meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Florida. Trump, the White House, and the Pentagon have provided no additional details, and we've not seen anything about it. And the folks in Venezuela apparently are not saying anything about it. And as far as I know, there have been no pictures of it, but I don't have any reason to doubt that they have done this. It seems like the next logical step. When he says we're gonna hit targets on land, I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I don't think he's talking about boots on the ground. I think that, when you shut down the avenues of drugs being delivered across the water, then, the narco-terrorists are going to try another tack. They're going to try to move it by land. And I think that he will look at vehicles carrying drugs to America in the same way he looks at the boats carrying drugs to America. And I don't know about you, but I got no problem with that. Here's more on that. President Donald Trump said, according to townhall.com, the U.S. military destroyed a Venezuelan facility, which would mark the administration's first airstrike on Venezuelan soil. Up to this point, the administration limited its strikes to Venezuelan boats. At least 100 people have been killed. You've heard of that already. So, yeah, apparently that took place. In a short phone interview on Friday, Trump responded to a comment about Venezuela by touting the administration's attack on alleged drug boats, referring to a strike on a big plant or a big facility that he said took place 2 nights earlier. We've just knocked out. They have a big plant or a facility where they send, the ships up from. 2 nights ago, we knocked that out, so we hit them very hard. So the attacks against targets on land in Venezuela have apparently begun to happen. In other news, very quickly, Trump had some things to say about Iran. He says Iran, after meeting with Netanyahu, or while meeting with Netanyahu, he says Iran is, again, behaving very badly.
Iran may be behaving badly. It hasn't been confirmed, but if it's confirmed, look, they know the consequences. Consequences will be very powerful, maybe more powerful than the last time. Yeah. And Iran should have made a deal the last time. I gave them the option. I said, you can make a deal. Do it. I told them, do it. And they didn't believe me. Now they believe me.
Do you have evidence that Iran is behaving badly, and what do you mean by that?
This is just what we hear. But usually, where there's smoke, there's fire. Have you heard the expression?
What do you mean related to the nuclear capability?
Well, no, I'm hearing that they're not nuclear yet, but maybe nuclear too. The sites were obliterated, but they're looking at other sites. That's what I've heard. They're looking. So it'll take a long time. They're not going to go back to where they were, but they have other places they can go. And if they're doing that, they're making a big mistake. Yeah, please. There's no reason for them to do it.
Mr. President, is the United States currently open to engaging in bilateral discussions with Tehran? We're hearing reports from numerous countries that there may be some discussions. Is that something you would support, or something that is
I
happening?
would.
You would support that?
I would, yes.
Right now. Thank you, sir.
I have been, by the way, before the war, I would support that. I said to him, baby, I said, let's negotiate. And they didn't believe what was going to happen would happen.
Yeah, well, they believe now. Look, the Iranians, we take a lot of watching, and I have a feeling that's what a lot of this discussion was about yesterday with Bibi Netanyahu. 23 minutes now past the hour of 6 o'clock.
Coming up in the news, an update on the Somali daycare fraud. Also, an unusual rescue at Percy Priest Lake yesterday. Those stories and more at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It is 6:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are looking at a very cold day again today. Stick around. Stefano has your forecast coming up right after the news. Got an update to the fraud investigation into Minnesota daycare centers. The commissioner of Minnesota's Department of Children, her name is Tikki Brown, says that the now infamous Quality Leering Center was empty when Nick Shirley visited because it had already been closed down.
I will share that our team was notified that Quality Learning Center closed just over a week ago. And I believe the details that were given at that time were around space concerns.
However, the owner of the daycare center may not have been told that. The New York Post published videos of children being dropped off by the dozens at the center's front doors yesterday. The Post quotes one local as saying that it was the first time they had ever seen kids go into that building. President Trump hosted Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago yesterday. The pair discussed phase 2 of the ceasefire agreement in Gaza. But concerns about Iran were also top of mind. Here's ABC's news intelligence analyst Mick Mulroy.
The concern is they have about 441 kilograms of enriched uranium, up to 60%. There's no reason to have that level of enrichment for anything other than going toward a nuclear weapon.
Meantime, protests escalating across Iran yesterday with demonstrators chanting anti-government slogans, calling for the downfall of the ruling clerics. At Percy Priest Lake yesterday, a rescue, not a water rescue, but a mud rescue. News 2 is reporting a duck hunter became stuck in waist-deep mud while carrying his weapon, decoys, and ammunition bag. Thankfully, he was hunting with a friend who was able to call for help. Fire crews placed several large rocks beside the stuck hunter, and he was able to use those rocks and escape. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, they're still working on a crash at TSU at Ed Temple Boulevard and Dr. Walter S. Davis Boulevard this morning. The major roadways are looking really good so far. I'm not seeing any delays so far on 65, 24, or even on 40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 6:36. Let's call it 37. On Super Talk 99.7, Brian Wilson in the chair for Dan Mandis, who will return to his rightful place on, I guess, next Monday. So enjoy your time. As we're heading into another holiday weekend, hope you're enjoying your time with family and friends. If you have to get up and go to work, well, then just settle in with us, and we'll try to give you some news and information you can use. We want you to arrive wherever you're going well informed. That's always the goal here in Talk Radio. Have you ever seen a great judo match? Have you ever watched a judo match? Quite frankly, it's a thing of beauty when done correctly. Judo is interesting in that what it does, it's a Japanese martial art form where they use the force of their opponent for self-defense. In other words, they use any kind of attack that comes at you against them by using that force and a way and redirecting that force to your advantage. It's a thing of beauty to watch. It really is. I think Donald Trump is a judo master. He's a sensei. He is brilliant. I mean, not literally a judo sensei, but he has found a way to use the force that the Democrats bring against him, against them. It's amazing how he does it. He takes that force that comes at him and redirects that energy and comes out the victor every time. I'm talking about how the Democrats come at Trump with their Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, there's something visceral that goes on. Trump supports a very popular, a very logical position. He does anything that he does just because he did it. The Democrats are going to reactively and reflexively be against it. They can't help themselves. They don't even stop to think whether it makes any sense. It's just reactive. Trump likes it. Trump did it. We're against it. The latest example was yesterday. Trump's administration is going after fraud and corruption, and there are now people trying to defend the fraud and corruption in Minnesota. Great story that I found here today, written by a guy named Tim O'Brien. And it says 3 issues where Trump owned the left in 2025. And he's brilliant at it. He takes popular positions that resonate with the American people. And just because he has taken that position or has done that thing, the Democrats, they can't help themselves. They're going to hate on him. And it's worked to his advantage, I think, in big ways. Let's just go through a few of these things. Some people call these 80-20 issues, where 80% of Americans are in agreement with what Trump is doing, and 20% against it, and the Democrats end up taking the 20% position. You can't win if you're taking the 20% position. That is not literally always 80-20. We have some polling data that give you some idea about all that. But this story goes through 3 areas where they say Trump has been successful in turning the attacks of the Democrats against them. Southern border, immigration. According to a PBS poll, an NPR poll released in June, take it for what it's worth, but I agree with this poll, 80% of Americans support or strongly support the U.S. government deporting immigrants without permanent legal status who have been convicted of a violent crime. If you ask Americans, should we be deporting these people who came to this country illegally and have a criminal record, 80, I would say maybe 90% would say, absolutely, get them out of here. We don't need them. When you look and you break it down, listen to this. That if you break it down to Republicans, 90% of Republicans say we should do that. And here's the one that's really telling. 81% of independents say we should be deporting criminals who are in this country illegally. Even 75% of Democrats believe that is the proper position. So you would think that the Democrats would not take that one on, but they have. They just can't help themselves. No case illustrates that while the legal hurdles for the Trump administration are real and significant, public opinion is on his side in situations like the Maryland man, Abrego Garcia. You may remember that it was the media narrative at the time. The Trump administration deported Kilmar Abrego Garcia back to his home country in El Salvador. He had been taken into federal custody and detained on criminal charges related to human smuggling. Per a 2022 traffic stop, the federal government has alleged that the little darling is a member of MS-13. Most Americans, when presented with all that information, are more than likely going to side with the Trump administration in this case, regardless of what an activist judge may do to obstruct the enforcement of immigration law. Driven by Trump derangement syndrome and a severe case of leftist tribalism, U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen, a Democrat from Maryland, literally traveled to El Salvador to go on a bro date with Garcia and advocate for his release. They were supporting a gang member. I mean, come on. But again, they cannot help themselves. They just can't help themselves. Item number 2 that they mentioned, I think this is one I hadn't thought about, but they're right. On January 28th, 2025, the president signed Executive Order 14187, which says that the federal government will not fund, sponsor, promote, assist, or support gender transition medical care for children under the age of 19, including surgeries and puberty blockers. The White House framed this all on, calling it chemical and surgical mutilation of children. And you know what? Public opinion polling, again, is with the Trump administration on this matter. In February 25, the Pew Research Center found that most people favor a ban on providers who treat minors to facilitate sex change. 56% of adults favor laws that ban healthcare professionals from providing care related to gender transition, while a majority oppose insurance covering such care. Gallup, another left-leaning pollster, found that 60% of Americans oppose gender-affirming care. In 2024, during the presidential campaign, Gallup found that 6 in 10 Americans oppose laws banning gender-affirming care for minors, saying that changing gender is morally wrong. 60%. That according to a very left-leaning pollster. Here's another one, and they just can't help themselves. The war on drugs. A Reagan National Defense Survey has found that 62% of Americans strongly or somewhat approve of using military force against suspected drug dealers in Latin American and Caribbean waters. The Trump administration has justified the attacks by declaring war against the cartels, which are primary smugglers of drug like fentanyl that are killing countless Americans. True to form, the left has taken the side of these murderous cartels, offering up any number of excuses for the boats and their operators and giving reasons not to destroy them. They support drug dealers. They support those who want to mutilate children. They support people who came to this country illegally who have criminal backgrounds rather than supporting what national security issues that Americans support overwhelmingly. They just can't help themselves. 45 minutes now past the hour of 6 o'clock. Time for traffic and weather. We're looking at another cold day with a high of only 35. Right now, 22. Feels like 16. Yeah, bundle up. It is cold. Other news related to Trump. I think you'll find some of this pretty interesting. The Kennedy Center, which has been renamed with Donald Trump's name on it, some of the leftist performers who were going to be at the Kennedy Center have canceled their performances. At first, it was just one guy. Now there have been a number as a result of this. Let's see. Jazz, let's see. 2 more acts have canceled upcoming events at the Donald J. Trump and John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. The cancellations came after the board voted to change the name of the building. So Billy Hart, the band's drummer for the Cookers, a jazz septet, canceled 2 performances set for New Year's. And now others have decided that they will join him. Okay, knock yourself out. It just gives other people an opportunity. Get over yourself. I mean, if that makes you feel good, just fine. Knock yourself out. But I think it's just respectful, and I just think it won't play out well for you in the long term. The Trump administration, I think this is going to be very interesting. Remember how it was during the Biden years that the Biden wanted to pay off everybody's student loans? We're going to pay off your student loan. Forget that it was a loan. Forget that you made a promise to pay it back. We're going to relieve you of that. It was a vote grab attempt is all it was. It was during the election, and Biden was losing young men and young people in big ways. And so he decided that he would try to buy off their votes by paying off their student loan debt. I don't think it worked for him. And in the end of the day, I think most Americans felt like, hey, listen, I paid for my kids' college, or I paid off my student loans. Why should they get I felt like I was a sucker at the time, because I did the right things by my daughter. I made sure she didn't have to have any student loans. I made the preparations for her to go to school and never have to take out a student loan. There was a time when I went to college and I didn't quite have the money for tuition, so I took out a small student loan, and you know what? I paid it back. What a sucker I was. Now, just wait for the Biden to come along and have him pay it all off. Now comes the Trump administration with a different take on this. You ready? This is going to hack off a lot of people. Delinquent student loan borrowers could see wage garnishment starting next month. Millions of student loan borrowers who are severely delinquent in their payments will see wage garnishments hit their paychecks in January, a spokesperson for the U.S. Department of Education confirmed to ABC News. The move is months in the making and comes as the Trump administration continues to revamp nearly $1.7 trillion in student loans, impacting more than 40 million Americans. Around 5 million Americans have defaulted. 5 million Americans have defaulted on student loan payments, which means they haven't paid their debts for at least 9 months or 270 days. When the loan officially enters default, it becomes eligible for mandatory collections. This is the right approach. You borrowed that money from the taxpayer. Now you have to pay it back with interest. If you went to college, you ought to understand the rather simple concept of a loan, right? I want to turn very briefly to another thing that happened in the swamp yesterday, and it has to do with Volodymyr Zelensky's meeting over the weekend with Donald Trump. And apparently, Trump offered a 15-year security agreement to get things moving. In other words, we'll protect you for 15 years should Russia decide to come into Ukraine. And Zelensky asked for, instead of 15, 50. Here's Zelensky yesterday talking about the peace process and whether things can move forward with Fox News' Brett Baer.
People are tired in Ukraine, right? They're very resilient. They've been fighting all this time.
Yes, sir.
But they're tired. Are they ready for a deal?
People want peace. Today, President Trump said, I saw the polls that 85%, maybe 87, he said first, want peace, so they agree. I said, yeah, you know, this is our life. 87% support peace. At the same time, 85% against to withdraw from East, you know, from the Donbass. It's meant that everybody wants peace, but just peace.
But that's the hard part.
Yeah.
Is the territory.
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
Yeah.
So how do you get to yes?
All the parties have to understand that the worst way is to go out from the Donbass. It will be big risks for Ukraine, not acceptable by Ukrainians, but they will, just personally, and referendum will not be positive. Of course, referendum is, if we will go to referendum, is very important. But if we are not stupid, we can't go to referendum. All of us, after signing with President Trump, with me, after signing this, we can't go to referendum knowing that referendum will,
fail.
I mean, I think it's stupid. I think so. That's why we have to find real peace, real way to peace, which is acceptable by Ukrainian nation.
You think it's possible, though?
We have to do it. We have to do it. We don't have other way. Other way, it will be the war. Continuation.
Well, it sounds like to me there's still a long way from a deal. What he's saying there is that, you know, we want peace, but 85% of Ukrainians, according to his polling data, still don't want to give up the Donbass region that is now controlled by Russia. Look, I don't like giving it up either, quite frankly. I think that, you know, basically Putin disregarded the sovereignty of a nation and invaded it and took it by force. And I really hate the idea that they're going to have to give it back. However, if there's to be an end to the war, it seems to be the only thing that would end the war for Putin. He's not going to give up as long as he's in control. He wants that Donbass region, and Ukrainians are not ready to give it up. So, yeah, they may have made advancements in the peace process, but I just don't think that they're in a situation where we are close to having an agreement that will end the war. I think we're a long ways off if what he is saying is true. Public opinion will have to change, and the parliament will have to get on board with it, and I don't think they're there. 53, almost 54 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
Up ahead, 2 people still on the run after an attack on a Nashville woman on Christmas Eve. Also, AirPods that can read your mind. Yeah, we'll tell you about some new technology coming out. Those stories and more at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 59 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. You know, coming up in the next hour, I want to revisit some of the stuff that's going on with regard to fraud and abuse and corruption in Minnesota and the Somali community, and how they are apparently, some of these people there are ripping off the taxpayer to the tune of billions and billions of dollars, while the governor seems to be asleep at the switch. It's all straight ahead right here on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've been hanging in at 26 degrees all morning long. It's a chilly start to your day. The forecast with Stefano coming up right after the news. A scary attack on Christmas Eve that has left a Nashville woman shaken and one suspect in custody.
A woman fought off 3 men she says tried to kidnap her on Christmas Eve in East Nashville. Police say the attack happened around 10 o'clock in the parking lot of Sunday Summit Apartments. The victim resisted and screamed, drawing attention from a witness who called 911. Officers arrested 24-year-old Jorge Cacacte, charging him with aggravated kidnapping and public intoxication. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
A second helicopter pilot has now died following a midair collision in New Jersey. The FAA, the National Transportation Safety Administration, they're investigating. But for now, they say that these two men who were friends and often met for a meal at the airport diner before flying had been flying in tandem before their choppers touched one another. This woman tells Philadelphia's Channel 6 that she ran out to the site where she heard the crash and one of the pilots was injured but still alive.
The only thing I could think to do was just like hold his hand and talk to him. So I just laid in the ground next to him and just was like, hey, like, we're here.
Yeah, that man succumbed to his injuries yesterday. His friend died instantly in that crash. How'd you like to send a text by just thinking about it? YouTuber Sinead Bovell says Apple is about to make that happen.
AirPods with electrodes on them that can read brain activity. So in other words, an EEG, but it's through the ear. This is actually the direction that a lot of smartphone companies and tech companies are moving towards.
Man, she's a fast talker. Apple filed for patents for these AirPods more than 2 years ago. Now, a lot of personal issues here, though. These devices could do things like control music playback using your thoughts, but they could also be monitoring your mental health. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stock futures were flat overnight after the S&P posted back-to-back daily losses on Monday. The Dow Jones gave up 249 points yesterday to close at 48,462. Stumbling tech shares weighed down the Nasdaq Composite, which lost 0.5% on the day. Silver prices took a roller coaster ride Monday. Futures soared to an all-time high $80 an ounce before plunging 8.7% for their largest single-day drop. The precious metal recovered some of those losses overnight in London. Falling mortgage rates have more house hunters signing on the dotted line. The National Association of Realtors says contracts to purchase previously owned homes jumped 3.3% last month to their highest level in nearly 3 years. The bargain bite of the day might be found at Wendy's. The burger chain is celebrating National Bacon Day by offering junior bacon cheeseburgers on its app for 1 penny with the purchase of another item. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Oh, that sounds good. Dow futures right now down 10. We've got NASDAQ futures minus 14 and the S&P futures falling 3 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It's a crash on the south side at I-40 westbound at Fessler's Lane, exit 212. It's off to the right shoulder, though. You can get around it. No problems on 24 so far. 65 looks great, and so does 40 otherwise. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Look, this young journalist, Nick Shirley, goes out there and finds more evidence of fraud in one day than Tim Walz and our Attorney General Keith Ellison have found in 7 years.
That is the developing story in Minnesota, and is it a good one? I'm telling you, we are finding out about the waste, fraud, and arrogant abuse of the taxpayers' dollars to the tune of billions, not millions, billions of dollars that was wasted on fraud, daycare centers that had no children, autism help centers that apparently were just storefronts with nothing really going on. Millions and millions and yes, even billions of dollars have gone to some of these organizations, and it really was just a gigantic ripoff. And what is really amazing is, I think that the politicians in the state of Minnesota so frightened that they would alienate the voters who are Somalis, and they got the largest Somali population in the country in Minnesota. They were so afraid of them that they turned a blind eye to it. They knew it was going on. It was almost like a payoff. What a racket it is. And all discovered by a 23-year-old citizen journalist with a cell phone and a selfie stick. That's what's really, really amazing. Yeah, there was some reporting out there before, but nothing to the degree of this young Nick Shirley. If you don't know, listen to Nick Shirley talk about what he found as he investigated this fraud and abuse in the Somali community in Minnesota. He was speaking yesterday on Fox News.
I have to give props to the man by the name of David who helped me in this investigation. He's been doing research for years trying to expose this fraud, and nobody has given him the time of day to even talk about this.
Until there was Nick Shirley.
So with his help and my own investigation, I've known about the fraud taking place for a long time. Minnesotans have been telling me for a long time about the Somali fraud that is taking place. And with his help, we were able to crack over $110 million in fraud in one day. And that's just the tip. When people say it's the tip of the iceberg, it really is, because there's billions of fraud inside the state of Minnesota right now.
Nick, kind of on that topic, you said that, I believe you just said his name was David, has been researching this for years. In your experience, or in your opinion, just spending the day you spent out there tracking this down, is there any way that this hasn't reached the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz? I mean, take aside ongoing litigation or what have you, but is there any way that he could claim ignorance on this, just in your experience over this investigation?
Oh, it's so obvious. If you're living in Minnesota, you have to raise your eyebrows and think, what's going on? Literally, if you drive around Minnesota, around Minneapolis, you'll see daycare centers, autism centers. You will then see transportation companies that have snow piled up as if they haven't moved in months. And then you also go into buildings where there'll be 20 healthcare companies, 14 and 22, the video that I published on X and YouTube. So it is like a kindergartner could figure out that there's fraud going on.
A kindergartner could have figured it out. A kindergartner could have figured out there were no kindergartners in those daycare centers. The one that just cracks me up is he goes to something called the Quality Learning Center, except that the sign, a very prominently, professionally painted sign on the front of the building calls it the Leering Center. They couldn't even spell the word learning correctly. These were nothing more than fraudulent storefronts. And they were taking the money and they weren't giving the public back anything for it. That's fraud any way you count. Now, there have been some investigations before and there have been some prosecutions before. And some reporters have gone out there and done, a modicum amount of reporting on it. But it wasn't until this young man by the name of Nick Shirley came along that he was able to uncover the waste, fraud, and abuse on a dramatic scale. It helped by the fact that Elon Musk and J.D. Vance reposted his work, his YouTube work, on various social media platforms, and the thing went not just viral, it went supernova. Hundreds of millions of views. Here is Representative Tom Emmers, who is a high-ranking Republican in the House of Representatives, one of the few Republicans from the state of Minnesota, talking about this.
Look, this young journalist, Nick Shirley, goes out there and finds more evidence of fraud in one day than Tim Walz and our Attorney General Keith Ellison have found in 7 years. Why did he find it? Because he looked for it, Molly. While Tim Walz and Keith Ellison have been looking the other way, billions of dollars have been stolen from Minnesota taxpayers. You've got the child care centers that he showed you. There's 80 autism centers that are under investigation. There was a housing stabilization program that was created in 2020. They estimated it was going to run about $2 million a year. Molly, they shut it down in October because it was rife with fraud, and they'd already sucked out over $160 million. The U.S. Attorney's Office here in Minnesota estimates this fraud could actually reach $9 billion before the investigation is all over. And we've got two major issues going on in addition to just the fraud. One, millions of dollars of this fraud has been shipped back to Somalia to a known terrorist group, Al-Shabaab. And two, we've got all kinds of whistleblowers now that are coming forward. And if what they are saying is real and can be documented, what they're saying is they told Tim Walz about the fraud when it was happening. And he not only ignored them, he retaliated against him. I'm telling you, Molly, if that's accurate and it can be proven, Tim Walz needs to be held accountable. Everybody in his administration needs to be held accountable. This guy now is scrambling to make it look like he's doing something. 2 weeks ago, he created a position with a guy to investigate fraud. 7 years too late, Timmy. It's time that we find answers to all these questions and hold everybody accountable that has ripped off Minnesota taxpayers and, frankly, supported terrorists in a foreign country.
We should thank our heaven above for the fact that Tim Walz is not our vice president. I mean, oh, my gosh. Here is just some of the reporting that I found this morning. New York Post. Governor Tim Walz needs to be held accountable after video reveals Somali aid fraud, including $4 million a day care with no kids and a misspelled sign. From the Associated Press, Homeland Security says fraud investigation is underway in Minneapolis. Here's theredstate.com. Buckle up, Tim Walz. FBI Director Kash Patel teases major fraud action in Minnesota. And FBI is threatening to denaturalize and deport Somali scammers in Minnesota. This according to the New York Post. All because a 23-year-old citizen journalist did what others had not done. Wore out some shoe leather, went knocking on doors, got himself a whistleblower, followed up on the allegations. The evidence has been there for a while, and although there has been some minor reporting here and there, nothing to the magnitude of a 23-year-old kid with a cell phone. I admire this kid a lot. I do. And I think Fox News would do well to scoop this kid up and to give him a bigger platform on a regular. Turn him loose with his cell phone. A kid and a cell phone. You don't need a lot of technology to be a citizen journalist.
He might be feeling, though, that if he did something like that it would hold him back. Right now, he's free to do whatever he wants to do.
Yeah. Well, he'd have to, listen, I always found that when I was at Fox, that when I would do, any kind of investigative reporting, I felt like I was always backed up by Fox.
Okay.
But you do have to run through the lawyers and all of that. But that's just the way it is. But I wish we saw more reporting like this from, so-called legitimate news organizations. Nowadays, it seems like that is woefully lacking.
And this is why, by the way, there are seats available in the press room at the White House for new media because they're making a difference.
They are making a difference, and it can be done. And with the technology available today, all you need is a cell phone camera. It's just amazing.
Yeah, the selfie stick. I love that.
And a selfie stick. That's right. It's 16 minutes past the hour. Quick check of weather and traffic now. Well, let's talk about weather for just a moment because I think we're going to be in for a cold weather all the way through New Year's. Let's see, I need to check the current temperature and see what it is. But while I'm doing that, I can tell you that it was this morning, it was a feel-like temperature of 16 degrees outside. That's plenty cold. Right now, 23 degrees. It's come up a degree since I came on the air at 5 o'clock this morning. High today, 35. New Year's Eve, it started out at 27 degrees, high of 45. New Year's Day, 32 degrees with a high of around 50. A lot of sunshine, but it will also be bitterly cold with that clear air that has descended upon us. I want to move on to another topic real quick because this has just crossed my my transom. It's a story that CNN has posted. We told you earlier that there was an attack against not only the drug boat, but a facility on land in Venezuela. The president sort of casually mentioned it yesterday, didn't give a lot of details, except to say they went after the place where they load the boats. It was an implementation facility, etc. Now comes word from CNN. They call it an exclusive. The CIA carried out a drone strike earlier this month on a port facility on the coast of Venezuela. Sources familiar with the matter told CNN, marking the first known U.S. attack on a target inside the country. The drone strike, the details of which have not been previously reported, targeted a remote dock on the Venezuelan coast that the U.S. government believed was being used by the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua to store drugs and to move them onto boats for onward shipping. The source said no one was present at the facility at the time it was struck, so there were no casualties, according to the sources. Two sources said special U.S. operations forces provided intelligence support to the operation, underscoring their continued involvement in the region, although U.S. Special Operations Command denied that, saying they did not support the operation with intel. I have a feeling it's left hand, right hand, not knowing. President Donald Trump appeared to first acknowledge the attack in an interview last week that initially attracted little notice, though he offered few specifics when reporters asked directly about it on Monday. The strike could significantly escalate tensions between the United States and Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, who the U.S. has been pressuring to step down through an aggressive military campaign. So far, more than 30 boats have been attacked. About 107 people have been killed. Trump had repeatedly threatened to carry out strikes inside Venezuela, but until the CIA attack earlier this month, the only U.S. strikes on the Venezuelan targets were against suspected drug trafficking boats in international waters. Now, I have heard people who have gone to the back channel closed door briefings on this, the high level security briefings that are closed to the public, but for members of Congress emerged and said that the intelligence on this, they said the word that they use, and it's a word that's tossed around when they feel like the intelligence is especially good, they said it was exquisite intelligence that let them know that these weren't fishermen. Well, you can tell they're not fishermen just by looking. Fishermen don't have high-speed boats. Fishermen move slowly to catch the fish. These are drug boats, but they were able to apparently, according to people who have heard the intelligence, they knew for sure that these were being loaded up and carried. Sounds like they've been watching this facility, this dock in Venezuela for some time now, and just decided to take it out. If they successfully took it out, they also probably took out a lot of product. A tremendous amount of product apparently being stored there, and really it's another blow to the narco terrorist. I can't understand on any level why it would be that Democrats think this is a bad thing. Killing people who are killing our people. Shutting down the illicit trade of dangerous narcotics and fentanyl and cocaine and heroin and God knows what else being brought to this country. And I don't buy for a moment when people say, well, the boats weren't headed in the right direction. You know, there are many, many ways that you can find a pathway to America. You don't necessarily go directly. Sometimes, if you want to throw people off the scent, you might go in a circuitous route. You might deliver it to another location and have it brought in by land. One way or the other, I don't buy this stuff that just because they weren't headed directly for America, that wasn't where the drugs were ultimately headed. That's pretty weak thinking on the part of people who would make that argument. They don't really understand the situation. But the big news here today is that the strike carried out on a Venezuelan dock, which, by the way, the Venezuelans haven't said one word about it. Are they embarrassed? I think they are. But it was carried out, not by the military, but in this case, apparently, according to CNN, by the CIA. 22 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk.
And coming up in the news, for the first time, the U.S. has apparently conducted strikes inside Venezuela. Also, a Utah judge releases the transcripts from the first hearing for Charlie Kirk's accused killer. Those stories and more coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis on the Nashville Morning News with Dan Mandis. He'll be back on Monday. I'll be here tomorrow to get you all set up for your big New Year celebration. Hope you have some good plans. Celebrate responsibly, would you? Do the best you very can to try to get through it safely. And I think, quite frankly, if you're going to one of those big gatherings, keep your head on a swivel. I don't know. I got an ominous feeling about this New Year's. I hope I'm wrong. I sincerely hope I'm wrong. But, given what has happened with this previous administration and how many people they led into this country who do not have our best interests at stake, I'm just a little nervous. I got to say I am. Listen, coming up in just a moment, it's a new year, new laws on the books. What do you need to know? We'll go through it right after the news with Joan Jones on Super Talk 99.7.
Good morning. It is 7:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 25 degrees, so cold this morning, and Stefano does have a forecast for us right after the news. President Trump with a surprise announcement that the U.S. has conducted a land strike inside Venezuela. Here's ABC's Selena Wang.
This appears to be the first time that the U.S. has carried out a land strike inside Venezuela after launching dozens of deadly strikes on alleged drug boats. But the president is providing few details, only to say that there was a major explosion in the dock area where they load the boats up with drugs. But the president refused to say whether the military or the CIA were involved in this operation.
However, CNN is reporting exclusively that this was a drone strike carried out by the CIA. No casualties were reported. Well, he may be a free man, but the Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, is subject to electronic monitoring by both ICE and the U.S. Marshals Service. The Tennessee Star is reporting that the monitoring is a condition of his release by an Obama-appointed judge earlier this month. However, it's not clear if Garcia is currently wearing a GPS ankle monitor or not. His human smuggling trial was expected to begin next month, but another Obama-appointed judge canceled the trial in favor of an evidentiary hearing, during which that judge says he'll determine whether the human smuggling charges were filed with a vindictive intent. A Utah judge has released the transcript from the first hearing for Charlie Kirk's accused killer, Tyler Robinson. Judge Tony Graff agreeing that the public transparency is foundational to the judicial system.
For the above reasons, the court orders the following. A transcript of the October 24th, 2025 hearing shall be redacted in accordance with this order and entered into the record.
The redacted audio version will also be out. That's in about 2 weeks. In that hearing that took place in October, Robinson was allowed to dress in street clothes, but the judge ordered him to remain in handcuffs during the hearing. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a problem on 65 in the southbound lanes at Franklin, right at Murfreesboro Road, exit 65. Dealing with a problem, an accident in that area this morning. Also, a stalled out vehicle, I-440 eastbound, just past Nolensville Pike, exit 6. It takes out the left shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 7:36, Super Talk 99.7. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you're staying warm. We've got a lot of news and information to share with you. It's Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, Joan Jones, of course, in the newsroom, and Sam pushing the blinky buttons effectively as always. Glad to have you all on board. Let's move on to some stuff that you need to know. I mean, I always like to have that phrase, news you can use. The state legislature, they were busy in 2025, and they came up with a bunch of new laws that now have been signed into law and are going into effect just after the new year. And so I thought maybe it'd be a good idea for you to know what you're in for. You don't want to run afoul of the law. Never. One of the things that I think is really interesting is that apparently in some states, this is not necessarily a law, but a new policy that's being handed down with regard to SNAP. Now, SNAP is the money that goes to people who need a little help with their food, SNAP benefits. And for years and years and years, there were, relatively few limits on the things you could buy with your SNAP benefits. But that has changed thanks to the administration, and some states are taking advantage of these new suggestions, including the state of Tennessee. We will not be able to buy certain things starting in 2026 in the following states: Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Colorado, Florida, West Virginia, Arkansas, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Nebraska, Utah, Hawaii, Missouri, North Dakota, South Carolina, Virginia, and Tennessee will prohibit the use of SNAP benefits to buy items like soda and energy drinks and candy and prepared desserts. The SNAP benefits are not for that. They are for nutrition, to make sure that you're getting the right kind of food. If you're going to be limited in the amount of food that you have and that you can buy, at least buy food that is healthy for you. The restrictions will impact about 14 million people in those 18 states. Wow, that's a lot of people. According to Politico, the rules are causing confusion in some states. Classic government operation where they've thrown this out there, and it's caused a little bit of confusion, making some retailers question whether they're going to stay with the program or not. The meltdowns, which have been going on for a while, continue. In August, one mom was livid that new SNAP rules would deny her daughter popsicles. Okay. I don't have a problem with this. Now another is whining that hot chocolate and sugar-free candy might be on the chopping block. When it comes to no candy and no junk food on food stamps, she says, where is the line drawn? Can I still buy hot chocolate? Can I buy some sugar-free candy? Can I still buy protein bars? They have chocolate on them. Can I still buy the chocolate fudge Pop-Tarts? Okay. Can I still buy the cocoa? Listen, because you were going to take away hot chocolate from people, are you now going to take away sugar candy from the elderly, from diabetics? Are you going to take away those things from the elderly and the disabled? Listen, take the money and buy healthy food. I think anybody who stood in a line at a Dollar General can see that this has been abused for some time. I agree with it. I think there ought to be limits if it's federal money to make sure that you are well fed because you don't make enough money to put food on your table. Then there can be some strict strings attached to that, and I got no problem with it. Just saying. I think you talk about Somali waste, fraud, and abuse. I think in SNAP benefits, look, I don't want anybody to go hungry, but I got to tell you, I see a lot of people using their EBT cards, and quite frankly, they don't look like they've missed many meals. Just me. I'm sorry, just me. New laws taking effect in Tennessee. Savannah's Law, named for Savannah Puckett, a 22-year-old Robertson County Sheriff's deputy, was murdered in her Springfield home. The registry will increase the offender's name for repeat domestic violence offenders, date of birth, conviction date, and county and a current photograph per the law. It will be maintained by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. People will be added to the registry if they are convicted of an offense against a domestic abuse victim, and they have previous domestic abuse convictions. Registrants will be required to pay a $100 fee that will be put toward grants that will fund family violence prevention and intervention services according to the law. The Ink of Hope Act. This is interesting. I had not heard about this. I think it's sort of interesting. Passed in January of 2025, it adds human trafficking intervention training for all tattoo artists in Tennessee. Interesting. The legislation aims to train tattoo artists to recognize certain symbols or brands and to intervene on behalf of human trafficking victims without putting themselves at risk. Tattoo artists looking to renew their licenses after January 1st of this year, and those receiving their first license after that date will be required to watch a 1-hour course offered by an approved nonprofit agency that will focus on human trafficking. Artists who fail to receive the training by December 31st of 28 would have their licenses invalidated until they come into compliance with the law. Here's another one I hadn't heard a thing about, but I think it's interesting. It's called HB 0164 SB 0128. The law would permit licensed chiropractors in the state of Tennessee to also practice as an animal chiropractic. Passed over opposition to members of the American Veterinary Medical Association. The bill would require licensed human chiropractors to take 6 hours of continuing animal chiropractic education, in addition to all required education set by the board for chiropractic examiners. So they would be able to do that in the future. Here's another one I hadn't heard a word about, but apparently if you drive a car in the state of Tennessee, you're supposed to know this now. Signed into governor in May, this law requires written exams for driver's licenses in the state to include information concerning hand signals used by bicyclists to communicate turning, slowing, or stopping. State driver manual used to prepare for the exams will be required to enable a reasonably diligent applicant to correctly answer the additional questions per state law. Now, there are just a few things. I got another one. Cannabis law. We've talked about that quite a bit on this program. Hemp-derived cannabis age restricted to 21, and THCA, which is derived from actual marijuana, has been banned in the state. Other forms of THC that come from hemp are still purchasable, but there will be new restrictions on the strength of said gummies, for example, and you have to be 21 years old, and there are some new taxes associated with the sale of those hemp products in the state of Tennessee. 45 minutes now past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Time for traffic and weather. And our forecast today calls for a high of 35 degrees. Right now it is 23 chilly degrees in Metro Nashville, but it feels like it's 16. Whew. Winter has arrived. Here's a story that I think as we head out for our New Year's celebration, I want you to think about it. I've actually been looking at this for some time now and trying to think about how I want to apply it in my own life. Let me just say, first of all, when it comes to alcohol, I'm not a prude. I do partake. I don't drink a lot. I mean, there's certain foods, for example, if I'm having a pizza, I want beer. If I'm having Mexican food, I want a beer. I don't drink usually more than one beer. If I have a mixed drink or any other kind of alcohol, it's usually a glass of wine, maybe in the evening. But I mean, I wouldn't call myself a heavy drinker. I'd call myself a light social drinker mostly. But I'm not opposed. I've never been opposed to it, but I'm rethinking it. And it's not that I want to, criticize those who want to have a glass of wine or not, but I think you ought to have this information, okay? So I'm going to share it with you. Do with it as you will. As the old saying goes, I'll report and you decide. This story comes from studyfinds.org. If you think modern drinking is harmless, a 62-study review raises serious concerns linking alcohol to cancer. Breast cancer is the big one. Nearly 40% of the 62 studies reviewed found links between alcohol and breast cancer. I mean, some of the others weren't focusing on breast cancer, but 40% of them did find a link there between alcohol and breast cancer, making it the most common alcohol-related cancer. If you have a proclivity, a genetic proclivity, something you might want to consider. No beverage is safer. In other words, you say, well, I just have a beer now and then. It doesn't matter whether it's beer, wine, hard spirits. They all showed cancer connections in multiple studies. The type of drink does not eliminate the risk. Moderate drinking matters. Even a few drinks per week showed elevated cancer risk across studies. Heavier and more frequent drinking increased the risk further. Despite alcohol being classified as a Group 1 carcinogen, warning labels and public health messaging rarely mention a cancer risk. But now this new analysis of some 62 studies delivers an unsettling message for Americans who drink. Alcohol consumption is consistently tied to breast, colorectal, and liver cancer. Data from tens of millions of Americans showed a link to breast cancer in about 40% of the studies reviewed. This makes it the single most common cancer associated with drinking. This was published in the journal Cancer Epidemiology. They found results by beverage types were mixed. Some studies found links across beer, wine, and spirits. Others found wine or beer stood out more than liquor. In a few cases, there was no clear difference between beverage types. Colorectal cancer was the second most frequently identified cancer in 13 studies, while liver cancer appeared in 10 of them. Heavy drinkers aren't the only ones at risk. People who drink moderate amounts, a few drinks a week, also showed elevated cancer risk across all the cancer types. Risk tended to rise as drinking increased, while findings at very low levels were sometimes mixed across the study. The overall pattern leans toward less drinking is better. How researchers found the alcohol and cancer connection. You want to know a little bit about how they did it? Researchers searched medical databases for any U.S.-based research examining connections between alcohol consumption and cancer risk in adults 18 and older, published in January of 2015 through June of 2025. After reviewing thousands of potential studies and removing duplicates, they identified 62 studies that met that criteria. Sample sizes range from 80 participants to nearly, in some, 100 million. giving researchers access to data on tens of millions of American adults. The review included different types of studies. Some followed people over time. Others compared groups with and without cancer. The review also covered many other cancer types, including head and neck, esophageal, gastric, and melanoma, though the results weren't always the same across every cancer type. Interesting, some studies found alcohol was associated with a reduced risk of a type of brain tumor. That's interesting. And multiple myeloma. The pattern across most studies was clear. More drinking was linked to more risk. Both quantity, how much, and frequency, how often, mattered. There's no universally agreed upon safe amount where alcohol becomes harmless. So who faces the greatest risk here? Race and ethnicity emerged as the most frequently mentioned individual risk factor, appearing in 46 of the 62 papers reviewed. Age came in second. Certain population groups face disproportionate risk due to factors like healthcare access, socioeconomic status, and genetic variations in how the body processes alcohol. People with higher socioeconomic status tend to drink more alcohol overall, while those with lower socioeconomic status experience worse outcomes when they do drink, facing barriers like reduced access to quality health care. Racial and ethnic minorities, people experiencing homelessness, and those with mental health conditions all face greater alcohol-related health consequences, according to the studies. Look, I wasn't put on this earth to raise you. You make the decisions that are right for you. But I know, for me, I'm actually thinking about this as my New Year's resolution. I mean, I don't drink enough to really matter. I wouldn't miss it if it was gone from my life. And if there is a cancer risk, something you got to think about. Take it for what it's worth. I lay it out there, and you decide what's right for you. 52 minutes past the hour at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
And coming up here at the top of the hour, the maximum pressure campaign on Iran seems to be working. And Starbucks is getting a pour-over, closing down hundreds of its locations. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 57 minutes now past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, who returns on Monday. Thank you for joining us here. We're going to, in the next hour, I think I want to go back to what's going on. There have been some major revelations with regard to the Covenant shooter. We've learned a little bit more about what her thinking was at the time and what might have motivated her to carry out an attack against a Christian school. So we'll get into that, I think, in the next hour. Also, we'll talk a lot about what is going on with, so, in the business world. It's interesting what's happening here in our area. And if you're interested in Buc-ee's, and who's not interested in Buc-ee's? I don't know. I hear that some people don't like Buc-ee's. I can't imagine. It's one of my great experiences when I go out and travel. If I see a Buc-ee's, I'm pretty much going to stop. But there's one that's scheduled to open in our area, but perhaps not as soon as you hope it might open. I'll have the details on that also coming up in the next hour. And, of course, we'll also, after the bottom of the hour, in the second half of the hour, we'll talk to Chris Hand and Joan Jones, have a nice talk about this, that, and the other. It's all straight ahead right here on Super Talk 99.7. Stay tuned for the news with Joan Jones next at the top of the hour.
Well, hello there. It is 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories right now in Nashville. We're sitting at 25 degrees, little on the cloudy side right now. We'll get the forecast with Stefano in just a moment. It appears that sanctions on Iran are having their desired effect. Protests have been breaking out across the country over soaring prices because inflation is now more than 40%, and the collapse of that country's currency. Meantime, President Trump may be concerned about the pressure causing the country's leaders to take some dangerous actions.
The president claims that Iran is trying to rebuild its nuclear program, and he's got a blunt warning if they do, saying we'll knock them down with consequences that may be more powerful than last time. Now, remember, it was just months ago that the U.S. dropped those bunker-busting bombs on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. The president claiming that those sites were obliterated, but says that Iran may be trying to rebuild at other locations.
That's ABC's Selena Wang reporting. Closer to home, an argument turned out to be dangerous at a Madison bus stop, and it led to a felony charge.
A Madison woman is behind bars after police say she threatened someone with a knife during an argument. This confrontation happened last night at a bus stop. The confrontation happened Sunday night at a bus stop outside Walmart on Gallatin Pike North when police say this woman with the knife got upset after she overheard a conversation between 2 other people about religion. Officers say they found 54-year-old Jennifer Chambly inside the store with the switchblade knife. She now faces a felony aggravated assault charge. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Well, it's going to be a cold night for sure as Nashvillians ring in the new year at Bicentennial Park. And if you ask Dina Ivey at the Nashville Convention and Visitors Corporation, it's also going to be a safe night.
There'll be about 500 security on site. That's private and Metro PD. And we have fencing all around. We have mags you have to go through. So there's a lot of security measures that we work on all year, and we continue to tweak every year to make it even more secure.
She also tells WSMV4 that she expects about 250,000 people to attend the celebration. Finally, actor George Clooney has had it with the USA. He and his wife Amal and their 2 young kids have been granted French citizenship. Clooney actually says living on a farm in France provides his kids with the best life away from the culture of Hollywood. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Starbucks announced it's closing 400 of its 18,000 U.S. and Canada locations, saying it has officially oversaturated the market. Ahead of the opening bell, here we've got Dow futures down 12, NASDAQ futures down 41, and S&P futures falling 5. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. got a crash in West Nashville this morning. It's on Briley Parkway at Robertson Avenue. It involves some injuries. And then a crash as well in White Bridge on White Bridge Pike. It is south of Charlotte Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, everybody. 6 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. I am decidedly not Dan Mandis. I am Brian Wilson, and filling in for Dan while he takes a nice needed rest. He'll be back in his regular spot on Monday. We got Joan Jones in the newsroom, and of course, Sam pushing all the blinky buttons. Doing a great job, too. I want to turn to what was really a day of infamy, I think, in Nashville. March 27th, 2023. I know that day is burned into my brain. What a tragic day it was as Audrey Hale carried out a heinous, murderous attack against a Christian elementary school. And just yesterday, the FBI or the federal government released more details about the investigation into that matter, and we are getting some insight that perhaps we did not have before. Not to belabor the issue, but I think there are important things to learn from that. One of the things we kept saying was, how in the world do we come up with laws or policies that could prevent this from happening again if we don't know about the motivation of the shooter and what was driving that shooter to do this horrible and heinous act? Well, here's what we are now learning. Number one, apparently Audrey Hale hated religion, and she hated that school because of her Christian upbringing at that school. So here's from the Tennessee Star, always on the forefront of this story. The FBI on Monday released new writings by Covenant school shooter Audrey Hale, who identified as a transgender male when she killed 6 on March 27th, 2023, revealing the killer's listed hatred for religion as a reason to attack the Christian elementary school she once attended. Hale included the motivator in a list of advantages and disadvantages. She had a checklist she had a whole bunch of targets. Some of these targets were soft targets. Like it's not generally talked about, but she was going to go after a major shopping center at one point. That was something in her thinking. But she had a plan B, and the plan B was this Covenant school that she once attended. Hale listed the Covenant School Arthurnet target number 2, second choice. And she noted her past history with the school, her knowledge of the layout. She listed it was a big school and a private school as well as a school church. The killer wrote as her last item on the list of reasons to select Covenant as her target, it's a Christian school. Parenthetically, she added, hate religion. In the previous section of Hale's writings released by the FBI, which were dated from 2018 to 2019, the killer wrote that she considered her Christian religion an impediment to her emerging views on sexuality and gender identity. I have suppressed and hid my real gender identity for so long, and a big contributor to it, the nemesis of my true peace within myself is my spirituality of being a Christian, wrote Hale in one entry. She wrote again in another entry, I feel my Christianity is being crucially a threat, and hangs on a slender rope in the balance. It is my sexuality that wants to cut the rope with Christianity. She continued to invoke God in her later journals, including those written in March of 2023. But she hated religion because it interfered with her desire to become a transgendered man. So,
Brian, was she? I know she was on psychotropic drugs.
yes.
Was she on hormones?
You know, that's a little unclear, and one of the things that I don't think we're ever going to get to the detail is because I think it's been hushed up, and they're hiding behind HIPAA and other things.
Yeah.
That what kind of drugs was this individual taking? She was under treatment. We know that. But very little has been revealed about what kind of medical treatment she received. My best eye and look into that particular case was when I was doing the afternoon drives here on this show on the Super Talk. I got handed to me the raw audio of the interview that detectives did with her parents 1 month after the shooting. And it was an attempt to try to, they actually revealed quite a bit to the parents about what they had learned in an attempt to fill in some blanks that they still had. And so, there was a lot of talk about the treatment, but no, I've never seen anything authoritatively written about the kinds of treatment she was receiving. And I think that's an important part of the story as well.
So I just asked Google's AI assistant, and it said reports indicate that Hale was on 2 anti-anxiety drugs and an antidepressant. But it doesn't say anything about hormones, if she had moved beyond wishing to be a man to something greater.
Yeah, I think her parents were
her.
aligned against that and kept her from going down that path as best I can tell. But she was 28 years old. So she had, the ability to take care of her, but she still lived at home and was still very much under the control of her parents to some degree, although her parents seemed blissfully unaware of many things that were going on. So, I think that's one part of this story that I think we really should get the answer to, because, quite frankly, if she was on this hormone replacement or doing something like that, and it impacted her thinking, well, I think that's something we should know, and it should be out there. But I don't know that we'll ever get the answer to that. As far as I know, though, she was not. But maybe, because there's so much more that we don't know. So the other question, the other thing that came out of this new information was about 100 pages, journal entries from 2021, and handwritten notes about her weapons and how she'd acquired them. She had many weapons. And the question, her parents knew she had weapons, and they thought that she had sold them all off. They didn't know she had kept a bunch. How did she attain them without her parents knowing about it? She hid them from them in the basement, apparently. She didn't like to go to the basement. She was afraid of it, but she hid her weapons down there, apparently, where they wouldn't be found. And how did she pay for them? Through Pell Grants.
This is the most amazing part of the story for me, at least at this point. Is that a new revelation that she paid for them with Pell Grants?
I had reported that before.
Okay.
It was part of the interview with the detectives. That was a very eye-opening interview because the detectives really had real questions that they weren't able to get the answers to, and the parents had some of the answers. But in order to sort of get the parents to fill them in on what was missing, they had to tell them what they knew. And so it was at 1 month in, it was a pretty eye-opening look into where the investigation was and what they had learned about it. And one of the things that the parents told the detectives and in that interview was that they suspected that she had used her money from Pell Grants to buy the weapons. Now, she was enrolled in an art school, and she got a check to continue her schooling there, to the tune of $2,050.86. And she wrote this in a ledger, and we now have seen the ledger, documenting payments from the Nasi College of Art and Design in Nashville, where she was enrolled. And then right beside it, she listed the kinds of weapons she wanted to buy using that money. The Tennessee Star had reported that those records may lend support to statements that Hale's parents made to Metro Nashville Police Department detectives shortly after the shooting. So it was known, but here's more verification coming because we now can actually see some of these documents. There are so many documents, so many of these diaries that, you know, we got through the Tennessee Star a look into the diaries that were found in her car at the scene of the shooting.
Yeah.
But there were like 18 more, as I recall. Wow. That's the number that sticks in my mind. Like 18 more that were on a shelf in her room. Her parents never looked at them, never followed up, and never apparently knew what was going on in her mind. The other thing that I'm struck by here is she was not, because of her autism, she had a certain amount of autism. She did not communicate effectively verbally, but she wrote much better than she spoke, and that was something her parents spoke about in the interview to the detectives. That when they started reading some of the writings, they were shocked at how effectively she wrote. They didn't understand that she had all these thoughts because she didn't communicate verbally very well. I just think that's very interesting. But she hated religion, and the weapons that were used in the attack were misappropriated funds from a Pell Grant she got to go to college, to an art college.
You know, when I was young, I had Pell Grants too. They're for people who don't have a lot of income. I grew up kind of not a poor household, but we didn't have a lot of money, so I got Pell Grants. Those Pell Grants went directly to my account. You know, I never saw that money. It went to the account of my school. So I don't know how she got her hands. Now, Dan explained it earlier today that perhaps she dropped out and took like a refund from the school in the form of those Pell Grants. I don't understand how it could be done otherwise.
That must be the case, but it was apparently a $2,000 check that she was given. Roughly a little over $2,000. You can buy a lot of weaponry for $2,000.
You sure can, yep.
Okay, I got more on this in just a moment. Right now, 17 minutes past the hour, a little late to get to traffic and weather. And we're looking for a high today of 35, right now 23 degrees, but it feels like it's 16 degrees, so bundle up out there. 17 minutes past the hour, talking about the Covenant shooting. Just to bring you up to date, there was a big document dump that came from the FBI. This stuff has been dripping out for some time now. We have seen a lot of the so-called manifesto. It's not really a manifesto. It was really more of a diary where she wrote down her bizarre thoughts. And when you look at it, you can understand this was an individual who was spiraling out of control. Her thinking was not clear. Her thinking was muddled. Her thinking was wrong. And apparently nobody really knew what was going on in her world because nobody was keeping tabs on what she was up to. So one of the things that came out during all of this, sort of an ancillary story, was that a lieutenant from the former retired lieutenant from the Metro Nashville Police Department by the name of Garrett Davidson had made some allegations about police misconduct in this case and a bunch of other things, and laid out some allegations about how, what was going on behind the scenes at the Metro Nashville Police Department. It was a police misconduct claim. A lot of it was aimed at one individual. And so the city hired a legal firm called Butler Snow to go in and look into this. And they published their report on this on December 22nd. Well, they didn't publish it. It got leaked to the Nashville Banner. The report found that Davidson's claims, they said, were largely unsubstantiated. with no evidence suggesting that Metro Nashville Police Department officials violated department policy or improperly interfered with disciplinary proceedings, and instead determined the actions in the case raised by Davidson were either aligned with contemporary department policy or did not rise to the level of misconduct. So they basically gave the police department a clean bill of health. But here's the other, as they say, the rest of the story. The law firm did not interview Garrett Davidson, the man who was making the allegations. He listed numerous allegations against an assistant chief, including his alleged interference with mismanagement into the investigation of the Covenant photo leak and his subsequent decision to disband the entire investigative team despite them not being responsible for the leak. They also spoke to They also did not speak former Metro Nashville Police Detective Bobby Samuels, who was assigned as the lead investigator on the Covenant case before leaving Tennessee in early 2024. How can you have a complete accounting without talking to two of the key players that are mentioned in the complaint? Look, I don't know. I don't know what level of investigation that they did. But it doesn't seem like to me it was a complete and thorough investigation. And as is often the case, I think sometimes they start these investigations to take it off the burner, the front burner, where they're getting a lot of heat, a lot of, unpopular reporting and making them look bad, and they want to stop that. So they say, well, we'll set up a blue ribbon panel and we'll investigate this matter. And, it goes on and on and on and on for months, and then it's quietly leaked out. And they don't find anything. So I don't know. I have real concerns about that level of investigation that was done into this matter. But that matter apparently is over, and we move on. It is 21 minutes past, we call it 22 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
And coming up, an update on the Somali daycare fraud. Also, an unusual rescue at Percy Priest Lake. That and more coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
27 past the hour. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. Everybody loves some Buc-ee's. I don't know why there's anybody who would hate Buc-ee's. I saw a picture of the Prince of Wales and his wife and their children, and they were sporting some of the Christmas gifts that they had gotten for the kids, and one of the kids was carrying Bucky the Beaver, the Buc-ee's beaver. I don't know how in the world did it make its way all the way across the pond, but no doubt it was a Bucky beaver that they were carrying. So the question is, when is the one in Murfreesboro going to open? Bucky started work in Murfreesboro, Kansas City, and Ruston, Louisiana in 2025. And the Buc-ee's in Murfreesboro is scheduled to open sometime in the coming year. That is confirmed both by the city of Murfreesboro, and a spokesperson for Buc-ee's said, yep, we're on track. So that will be the fourth Buc-ee's in the state of Tennessee. They're going to build another one in West Memphis, Arkansas, just across the river from Memphis. There will be one. And all told, if they build out all of the Buc-ee's that they're talking about, I've got this little line here, should be somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 locations across 20 states. Each location expected to bring at least 200 full-time jobs to the community, according to the company. I got to tell you, I love me some Buc-ee's. It's just a wonderful place to stop when you're out on the road. You're never disappointed. The quality is consistent. The bathrooms are clean. You don't have to wait to fill up your car. I mean, what's not to love about Buc-ee's? What I'm surprised by is that some of the other people that are out there, like the Pilots and the Loves, that they haven't up their game. Because everywhere I drive past a Buc-ee's, I never see it less than fully. They're just packed.
Yep.
So.
I was at a wedding recently. Father and son both dressed up in Buc-ee's suits, like with the Buc-ee emblem all over the suit, the top and the bottoms. Crazy.
I'm telling
fans.
You, it's a new American tradition. 8:30, time for Joan to pick up with the news.
Good morning. It is 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. An update to the fraud investigation into Minnesota daycare centers. The commissioner of Minnesota's Department of Children, her name is Tikki Brown. She says that now infamous Quality Leering Center had been empty when Nick Shirley visited because it had already been closed down.
That our team was notified that Quality Learning Center closed just over a week ago. And I believe the details that were given at that time were around space concerns.
Yeah, space concerns. However, the owner of the daycare center may not have been told. The New York Post published videos of children being dropped off by the dozens at that center's front doors yesterday. The Post quotes one local as saying that it was the first time they had ever seen kids go into that building. President Trump hosting Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago yesterday. The pair discussing phase 2 of the ceasefire agreement in Gaza. But concerns about Iran were also top of mind. ABC News intelligence analyst Mick Mulroy.
The concern is they have about 441 kilograms of enriched uranium, up to 60%. There's no reason to have that level of enrichment for anything other than going toward a nuclear weapon.
Meantime, protests escalated across Iran yesterday with demonstrators chanting anti-government slogans calling for the downfall of the ruling clerics. At Percy Priest Lake yesterday, a rescue, not a water rescue, but a mud rescue. News 2 reporting a duck hunter became stuck in waist-deep mud while carrying his weapon, decoys, and his ammunition bag. Thankfully, he was hunting with a friend who was able to call for help. Fire crews came out. They placed big rocks beside the stuck hunter that he was able to climb onto and escape the mud. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And trading has begun on Wall Street. Dow Jones Industrials minus 83 at the start here. The NASDAQ is plus 5. And the S&P is down just 1. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got to watch it on 40 westbound at Fessler's Lane. There's an accident there. It's blocking the right lane. And police are just now reporting there was a second accident, same location. Careful there. Again, it's 40 westbound at Fessler's Lane. Got an accident, Briley Parkway at Robertson Avenue, and also on White Bridge Pike, south of Charlotte Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Eight 37 Super Talk 99.7. Bri Wilson in for Dan Mandis, and it's time for this little thing that we do every day about 8:30, or Dan does with the gang, including Chris Hand, who's getting ready for his show at 9 o'clock. Good morning to you, Chris.
Good morning, guys. How's everybody doing?
Everybody's doing good. Joan's there. Joan will join us, and so will Sam,
Hello.
as we discuss this, that, and the other. You know, when I first got into radio, one of my first jobs was doing morning news on a program that was called TTO.
Okay.
This, that, and the other.
I like it.
Yeah,
It flows.
I've always liked that. I've kept that. I used to call the thing that we did this, that, and the other occasion. Because, you know, just not anything planned, just whatever's on everybody's mind. So glad to have you all in for that. There on Music City East, that road where the station is located.
Yes.
Right next to it is a building that I've long wanted to go over, and I don't know why I never did, knock on the door. And when I got here in 2018, it was still open. It was the tracking room, and it was a very highly respected recording studio. I mean, people like Shania Twain, U2 had recorded there, Chet Atkins recorded there, Taylor Swift recorded there.
No kidding.
And important to this story, Keith Urban recorded there. It was one of the top tracking rooms, top recording studios in Nashville in the day. It fell upon hard times in 2020, like a lot of businesses did because of COVID and the stupid restrictions we put in place on a lot of businesses. And they just couldn't make a go of it, so they sold it. And developers snapped it up in a heartbeat. And they were talking about how they were going to turn it into a high-rise. And I think they planned to buy up other land around there to do that. But what they found out about the particular land that the tracking room sits on is apparently it sits on solid granite. And so building a high rise with an underground garage was not something that made any sense once they looked at the geology of the space. And so they put it back up for sale. Guess who bought it?
Who's that?
Keith Urban.
No kidding.
He bought it, and it's back in business, baby.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I mean, you know, right over there next to our station, the tracking room, no telling who will be coming in to record. So the stars, musical stars, will be coming to the tracking room because Keith Urban has saved it. He's put money into it. And he really started out just looking for a place to put his big recording console. They called it a soundboard. He had a 1978 Neve 8068 soundboard. If you know anything about high quality audio, you want you some Neve. It's the best. And he wanted a place to do it, so he bought it and put it back in business. And it's now a fully operating recording studio. But am I correct? The land that our station sits on, although we're not moving anytime soon, it has been sold, hasn't it?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
I wonder if it's part of the same guy who was trying to develop the other. I don't know.
I haven't heard anything on who bought it. I just know that we're going to continue renting the building for a few years, and then we're going to find a new location.
Yeah, but that's way off in the future, and it doesn't impact anything that we're doing. It just means that at some point down the line, we'll probably, who wouldn't be opposed to a new studio? I wouldn't.
Sign me up.
You know what I'd like?
A home studio?
Yeah, that would be awesome, too. No, I was thinking it would be really nice if we replaced the dead trees in the front. It makes it look... Makes it look like
it's not our building.
It's not our building. That's right. I still think in the spring I'm going to go dig them up and put some new ones in.
Yeah. Don't put any Bradford pears up, okay?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
my
I hear
gosh.
there's a big thing against Bradford pears here.
They're terrible.
They are the worst tree known to mankind.
They stink.
Why is that? Why are people so passionate about the Bradford pear tree?
They split and they stink.
About 25 years ago, if you built a new house, pretty good chance they put a Bradford pear in front of it. And the reason that so many developers did that was it was a tree that grows very quickly. And, most people don't want to see small, scrawny trees. They want big, bold trees. But as it turns out over time, it's not a very good tree. And in fact, a lot of people are taking them out. I myself have a property that has, I think 12 or 13 Bradford pears on them. And I've taken out 2 of them just because they were just horribly located and were rubbing up against the house, and they're just not a very good tree. They break easily.
They bloom beautiful in the spring.
They do. They're
But when
for about 10 minutes, they're a beautiful tree.
And then they start stinking. Those flowers, I guess it's the flowers stink so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's because it's the male trees. You know what this
Is
goes.
that-
you know
is
what
that
this.
right?
Well, yeah, the male trees send off the pollen, right? Like that's the sperm of the tree.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So do you know what this all goes back to, right?
Men stink?
No,
No?
it goes back to botanical sexism.
Oh, I see.
Have you ever heard of botanical sexism?
No, I haven't.
Botanical sexism is a real thing, Brian. And let me tell you about it. It's one of the greatest conspiracy theories that nobody wants to talk about, but we'll talk about it here because we don't shy away from the hard topics.
No, we don't. We have back away from the difficult stuff. No.
So botanical sexism really took off in when they were building all the suburbs, and they decided that if they put in female trees, well, then they get a lot of fruit. So what they decided to do was they were only going to plant male trees. And since that started happening, you saw the rise in allergies because you only had pollen-producing trees. You had no female trees. And it all goes back to botanical sexism.
Big Pharma didn't want people to know that.
No, nobody wants you to know that, but we'll tell you.
How would they sell their Claritin to you now?
You haven't seen any stories like this on CBS or NBC or ABC,
No.
but we'll break the news.
Wow. I'm glad to be on the cutting edge of this.
You're welcome. You'll never think about allergy season the same way again.
No.
Well, I'll tell you the thing I don't like about these Bradford pears is that they're a very brittle tree. The branches break off easily, and I don't know. They're just not a very good tree. They're called a junk tree, and a lot of people are removing them. But it ain't cheap to have trees removed. I had 2 of them removed, and it was a couple grand.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Yeah.
Mine in my front yard split, and I spent the next 3 months cutting it up with a chainsaw.
Yeah, ours did too.
Yeah,
3 months cutting it up with a chainsaw? Was it a big
working in
tree, or
school.
were you not efficient?
I'm not efficient when it comes to stuff like that. I just
The
let it
other-
lay it across my yard. I was like,
The other thing I hate about them is this time of year, just like a couple of weeks ago, they were dropping these little goopy pods all over my truck. And they're just nasty, slimy. I hate these trees.
Botanical sexism.
No, okay. There's not much I can do about it because I can't afford to take 10 or 12 more trees down. Quite frankly, we're stuck with them. So anyway, okay. Well, we moved from recording studio,
Aren't you glad I brought up landscaping?
to landscaping, to all of that. I read also talking about businesses that are opening and closing here in our Nashville area. I mean, apparently the plans for In-N-Out burgers are just going up. There are going to be a bunch of them, and I know of your affinity for the In-N-Out burger, Chris.
Big fan.
Some companies are paring back. I thought it was interesting that the same day they announced that they're ready to open the In-N-Out burgers, they closed down a practically brand new Whataburger in Mount Juliet.
Yeah, they're closing down new ones in Murfreesboro, too.
Yeah, that's hard to understand. But
they can't compete.
I guess that's it.
In Clarksville, they're closing down 2 of the In-N-Outs.
Four in total.
Yeah.
Well, they're not closing the In-N-Out. They're putting them in, right?
Yeah.
Not In-N-Out. I'm sorry, Whataburger.
Okay,
My
Whataburger.
apologies.
Okay,
yes.
Okay. All right. Well, there's another well-known institution. It used to be joked that in a major metropolitan area, there's one on every corner. Starbucks is going to close 400 locations.
I heard Joan talking about this. Does this have a lot of stores closing in California because of their fast food minimum wage? Is that affecting this?
It's already closed dozens of storefronts. Let me see what I got here. 42 shops in New York City alone. Saturated areas, remote work, higher cost. Company says it will focus on fewer, stronger locations and designs starting in 2026. They say they regularly evaluate their portfolio to make sure they're meeting the needs of the customers. It's a standard part of their business to open and close stores. We don't have any additional news. A list of the stores was not provided, but when you say 400 stores
out of 18,000,
it's 2%.
Yeah,
2% of their stores.
And one of the other things that happened was in 2020. After 2020, a lot of people left the big cities. They got out of the urban areas. They moved to Tennessee and left those places where, having so many people in one location, you could have a Starbucks on every corner and it would be okay. Now they're completely oversaturated because the urban centers aren't as populated anymore.
Yeah, and it's mostly, they say, in large metropolitan areas that they're going to start paring them back. Well, I haven't been to a Starbucks in a long time because they don't have anyone. They don't have a Starbucks in Watertown. We got a great local coffee shop, but we don't have a Starbucks. So
you're not missing much. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'd like to get me a Sonic in Watertown. That's what I'd like to have.
Oh,
yeah, love me some Sonic. All right, what else is on your mind? You didn't bring anything to the table here today.
Here, I got something for you. Ready for this? You guys will like this. Italy has just moved toward legalizing chemical castration for violent sex offenders.
Wow.
That's too soft.
Too soft, huh? Okay.
Well, it is after chemical castration.
That was the double intent there.
That's a nasty one.
I'm sorry. That was just it was laying there.
Terrible.
I had to take it.
It was no. Not going to touch that one either.
Yeah, Brian, that's what got them in prison in the first place. But it's a pill that you take long term that slowly, there's nothing abhorrent about this. Essentially, it's what, when they say gender affirming care, it's what they're giving boys, a cancer drug like Lupron or something.
100%. They call this stunning and brave in California.
Yeah. So until we have loppers brought into the equation, I don't think it's really all that. Woo.
Well, if they do this to a sex offender, and the sex offender somehow manages to stop taking the drug at some point in their lives later on, will they get their abilities back?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
So they're ruined for life,
superpowers.
Right?
Yeah.
So they're ruined for life. I feel like they're doing more over in Italy than they're doing anywhere else in the world.
So funny. Just yesterday I was talking, Trump had the meeting with Netanyahu and he's running through all the world leaders that are on the call and he gets through everybody. I go, the only world leader there that's worth her salt is Giorgia Meloni.
Yeah.
And then this morning you see that headline, it's like, yep, confirmed.
Yeah, for
confirmed.
Sure. Yep. She's something else. I like her.
She's a beast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did you see the breaking news story this morning is that apparently they carried out the strike against this dock facility. The implementation facility is what Trump called it, on inside the territorial waters of Venezuela, and the organization that carried out the strike was not the military, but the CIA using a drone.
I'm here for it.
Damn.
I'm a big fan. I said, during the election, you want me to support a war? Let's go after the cartels that are killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. Let's go after the people that are manufacturing the drugs. I can get behind this, and I feel like a lot of Americans can.
Well, Americans are. I mean, the polling on this matter is pretty clear. Americans are supportive of the idea, and Democrats, of course, are against anything that Trump's for, so they're against it. So once again, the Democrats take the 20% position on this matter, and Trump prevails. He uses I made this analogy earlier today. He uses Trump derangement syndrome against the Democrats in the same way that a judo master uses the force of his opponent against them. They can't help themselves. It's just brilliant. The one thing that's been different about the second term is how effective he's been at using. He used to take offense when people would criticize his positions. But now I think he really relishes it because he knows it forces him, whatever position he takes, it automatically forces his political opponents to take the opposite position, even if it's hugely unpopular.
And the only Democrat that's even catching wind of this is Fetterman. And he's like, maybe we shouldn't just say because Trump says it's good doesn't mean it's bad.
I think that was the whole play with Mamdani in the White House. Let's be nice and cordial. And when all of his plans backfire and blow up in his face, you can't get mad at Trump for criticizing him.
That was one of the best moments of 2025 when he said, do you still think that he's a dictator? He's like, yeah, just tell him I'm a fascist. It'll be easier. It'll be easier.
That's what the fascists do, is give you explicit permission to label them.
Just feel free. Just go for it.
Well, very quickly, Chris, give us a rundown on what you have coming up on your show here.
Well, we're gonna continue going down the fallout of the Minnesota fraud story, which is just unbelievable what's been going on. We'll also talk about immigration. We'll talk about midterms a little bit as well, and we'll have my friend Josh Tifo, Senior Director for Turning Point Action and Turning Point USA, in studio with us at 11.
All right. We'll look forward to setting you down and listening to the entire program coming up next, right after the news with Joan Jones. It's right now 52 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock.
And coming up in the news, Iran is saying it's in a full-scale war with the U.S. What national security experts are saying about that. Also, the Great Lobster Heist. It's still gone unsolved. We'll explain coming up here in the news at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Let's call it 58 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, who will return on Monday. Chris Hand is next. I don't know why I do that. Chris Hand.
He's not Chris Pratt.
I worked with a guy named Chris Plant for a lot of years. I don't know why that slipped in.
I feel like that's a bit of a compliment. I'll take it. Chris Plant's pretty good at what he does.
He's pretty solid,
He's awesome.
I'll tell you. Yeah. As they say, there's only one Chris Plant. I worked with him a lot in D.C. He's a really good guy, by the way, but he definitely has a different style. There's no doubt about it.
So he doesn't play the hip hop? Is that what you're telling me?
No, not really.
Okay.
But Chris Hand will be up next here on Super Talk 99.7. Hope that you have a great day. Try to stay warm. We'll be here for the big New Year's Eve show. I don't know what's going to be great about it, except, I never know until about 3 o'clock in the morning. But we'll be on it, and we'll bring you the news and information you need. I'll leave you with this thought. First came the license plate scanners, and then came, the blue light security cameras that you see everywhere. Next one coming to the police department near you, including some in our area, the use of drones in a bigger way. Now, they've always had search and rescue drones, but now they're going to put drones on the top of their police building, and if they get a hot call, the first thing they'll do is dispatch a police officer and launch the drone, so that the first police unit to arrive on the scene will be a drone. It's being used in a lot of different places, and it's coming. I think we're doing it in Wilson County. I think other jurisdictions are moving that direction. Are you ready for drones? Maybe we'll talk about this a bit more tomorrow. Right now, it's time for Joan in the News. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 5 a.m.